Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to commence with the proceedings for the day. Delegates that are in the foyer, delegates that are outside the venue, let's make our way into plenary so that we can commence with the program. Some delegates must be flying back to their provinces, and let's get ourselves ready to start. I was umhlaba esiphila ku umhlaba esiphila ku namhlanje ma unje hayi sengilimela impela let's come inside, ladies and gentlemen. I was told that the staff at OR Tambo are busy singing Haidu Mayatsa Maya, so people are going to be left behind. Yeah. Shame. Now even give them to whoever comes home. Yours should be not yet. Press a pin, then talk.
Good morning, colleagues.
Oh, can't you take my ticket? The guy, it's called Shapa. It's just. Can we assist my program director with her mic? Audio visual crew. Audio crew. Mic ga sisi. Okay, there you should be fine.
Hello.
Again.
Hello.
Not yet. Can try it again.
Hello.
There we go.
Good morning, colleagues. How are you? So I'm assuming that the ones who are here at this moment are the ones who went to bed last night.
Yes, like me, yes. No, I escaped.
Because our colleagues outside, I'm not sure whether they're in the breakfast venue or catching up outside. What they don't understand is that if the program is not finished, no one is going home.
Yes.
Because I know they're going to want to tell us about their flights, but they're outside now.
Yeah.
And we need to start.
Sure. Let's get ready to. From the coordinator, Sis Nolufefe. Can I have you for 2 seconds? Delegates who are still outside will just give you a 30-second
And there's the
extension.
PSC of Gauteng. Give him a round
Coming
of
in our
applause.
PSC Gauteng.
PSC Mpumelelo Ngqongqo. Thank you.
Bosso Kima.
Kwena.
As the facilitator of Angisho. All right, and then when he's done with the facilitation, we then take us through Amarepaps and for Isugu. All right, are you able to then maybe we find a way that the minutes that we've lost, because I need to know my flight is critical.
And you know, colleagues, if you check PSC Nduna, PSC Landu, PSC Ngqongqo, and look at their structure, I think there's a certain criteria that the director looks at when he appoints a PSC.
I was not there.
Look at
I was not there. Nikili, see you. I know I was not there. Delegates, let's get ourselves ready. We're just waiting for just 2 specific dignitaries to join us. Then we should be ready to start. Now the director walks in. I was about to say maybe it's time that we introduce again and remind delegates that the main concern with our plenaries is collective bargaining. I was going to try and recapture a moment that we lost yesterday when Professor Fori said there was a song sung in one of the sessions she attended.
Yes.
I thought somebody was just going to start from plenary there to say, my mom.
I wanted to have a caucus with the director and ask him for permission.
Yeah.
That, director, today, taking into account what our sub theme is today. Can we sing today, director? Okay, I'm not going to sing. Mandla is going to sing. We have to.
The very
we
one.
Have to.
That very one.
We can't talk about collective bargaining and not do that.
CSA members, are you here?
Disconnect. Okay, when we're talking about singing, we're not talking in that context. They are for CSA.
I want to check if we are properly resourced, because you need to know that the resources are present.
Okay, we are happy for you that CSA is
It's just to check resources that will back this up.
Thank you.
CSA members, are we here?
They're the ones who are not here yet, who didn't go to bed last night. Can we?
We are about to start, delegates. We are about to start.
No, Lufefe, can I please? Okay.
My mother was a kitchen girl. My father was a garden boy. That's why I'm a unionist. I'm a unionist. I'm a unionist. My ma was a kitchen girl. My father was a garden boy, and that's why I'm a unionist. I'm a unionist. I'm a union. I'm not hearing voices. I hear one clap of the hand this side. I hear somebody humming in this row. All right, delegates, I think with the director having joined us, I know our presenters are already here with us. I think let us get the proceedings started. And I'll just give my colleague just 2 seconds then to wrap up with the director. And thank you. Siyabonga. Senior Commissioner Mukwena, can I proceed? Are you, or should I wait? Ari. We start? Sorry. But this chair is a bit closer to the podium today. For now, but let's start because time is, and the director is here, our speakers are here.
Colleagues, I'm not sure, and can I maybe impose on the PSCs? I'm worried about the empty chairs that we see here, and we need to start. Our understanding is that today is still a continuation of the program, so I'm not sure if there's a way that we can assist one another in terms of checking where the respective delegates are.
So if there are these...
Just to assist us, please, together with the RSCs.
Yes.
To check where the delegates are, because they're supposed to be here. It's a working day, by the way.
Maybe it's high time that
we are on duty.
No, remember there's these WhatsApps of the provinces and
yes.
regions.
Do we have those?
Yeah,
yes.
Can we have messages sent on WhatsApp
yes.
to say you are
maybe
expected?
For our colleagues to be reminded that you are late for work. Because we want to start the program, colleagues. Our concern is that we have a short day today, And there may be people who have concerns with their flights, but at the same time, it's not good that, what time is it now?
It's 5 to 9.
It's 5 to 9. We were supposed to start at 8:30.
20 minutes is
And we still have too many empty chairs as compared to yesterday. Hence I'm saying today is a continuation. We didn't finish the program last night with the gala dinner. Ladies, thank you for last night. You look beautiful.
Thank you. Patty? Yes?
Can you, how much time can we compromise? Well, you were supposed to start at what time?
Not more than the next.
We were supposed to start at 8:30.
We should start, yeah.
Now it's 9 o'clock.
But at least they're walking in at least.
Let me, what's the first item?
Dr. Msubaya Museum. Joining from ILO.
You know what we must do? 9 o'clock, let's start.
Okay.
Because you join, and then after Ukalula, let's start.
Okay.
Because the highlight here today is the panel
Okay.
discussion. So now I see
Okay.
as a damage control type of thing.
Okay.
No
Okay.
one-
No problem.
What do you think?
Yes.
Save
It's fine.
his card.
Yeah.
Should we maybe consider not taking questions? And
Yeah, for the first two slots. Yeah. Because we started late, then they pay the penalty. So these two will speak with no questions, and then that saves us that we make up that time.
Oh, okay.
But one,
Yes.
yeah, that's the best way.
Okay, thank you.
Let's do it.
Askis, Askis. Okay, the last call to order and to be seated. We are going to commence in the next 30 seconds, delegates, promptly. Oh, it didn't you?
Okay,
Dr. Johnny Musubayani, night. No. What we're doing is that's those highlights there.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, then maybe you can then you would have
Then they become
no problem. Okay. Sure.
CIO, can I please have you stand and take just 3 steps towards me and 3 steps back? I want to see whether you broke a leg literally yesterday or Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's good to see most of you coming in now. Siyabonga, thank you for walking in. It seems like we are almost ready to start. I can now call the staff at OR Tambo and tell them to stop singing Haidu Mayatsamai. My delegates are here.
And director was saying, I was saying to the colleagues, director, that I want to lodge a grievance on behalf of short people at the CCMA. So I already have my arbitrary ground then. That when you look at the structure of the PSCs, there's a certain criteria that is applied. Even the former PSC, who is now the NSC, that is Tlago, you know, we see you. I'm lodging a grievance.
So on a general level or practical level, what ground are you relying on?
My inherent structure. It's not my fault that I'm short.
So does height qualify as an arbitrary ground? Direct. What's the decision? All right, colleagues. It seems like we are in a good position now to start. The room is almost filled as per what we had yesterday. There's just a few empty chairs at the back, but I believe with the time that we are at, it's good that we start. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, delegates of the Indaba, our distinguished guests. And this morning I have determined that I am not going to be lazy. So firstly, let us just introduce ourselves once again, but a bit different this time for me. Standing before you this morning, uMandla Nkosi uZwane, umangetho mafuka walingane lengaphansi lengaphezulu. Elinye leqelinye ngokukhalipha uNtseleka Linda Mkhonto kulinde ngilandze zamafuza afulele njengendlovu owagudla umzinyathi nothukela waya wabuyela uNtseleka Linda Mkhonto manginishiye lapho. Yeah, so ngiyabonga. Ntshosho kaThikazi usiyenga ngendaba majozi dla ngahlotshana ngokudla amandebele hayi Zwane hlala phansi bamba umthetho. Now with myself, obviously it's my colleague uBuitumelo Tracy Mukwena, Senior Commissioner at the National Office Collective Bargaining.
Good morning, colleagues.
Yes. And now with the Mukwenas, you don't want to rush because so I don't want to commit myself and start calling her by clan names that are not correct. But colleagues, I would want to just acknowledge our distinguished guests once again, members of the governing body in their respective designations, those present and absent. Professor Inos Ngujana, the chairperson of the GB, we acknowledge you and appreciate you for being with us. Babu Begin Chalinchali, Miss Rifda Ajam, we acknowledge you. Sisin Tswaki, Mama Shela, we acknowledge and appreciate you. Babu Tembinkosi Mkhalipi, we acknowledge and appreciate yourself. And by the way, they did a stellar job yesterday in just carrying the spirit of the awards, the GB members. And Siskoni Mameja, you are also duly acknowledged. Usfiso Lukele in absentia. Sayoban Leiden, Kaiza Moyani, Butlinda Nene, and Usisietwa Mjiako, we highly regard you, members of the governing body of the CCMA. We also want to give a special appreciation to the Judge President of the Labour Court and the Labour Appeal Court, Honorable Bashir Wegley. And again, very, very insightful engagement he had with us yesterday. The only question I asked myself after he presented is what the CCMA is going to do, particularly in relation to what he said about the length of awards. I think we need to get to a point where we agree on saying, you know, what gets to be the approach. Yeah, because there needs to be a discussion. Sometimes we write to the Labour Court is saying keep it brief. Sometimes you are told write to the parties, write to the one who loses. Now, you know, but Director, I think it's something you might need to give us a directive finally on. And Professor El-Marie Fori, we appreciate her as well for the stellar job that she did yesterday in awakening us once again to what domestic workers go through on a day-to-day basis. Basically to say that they are covered in theory, but in practice, there seems to still have, you know, we still have a long way to go. Highly appreciated. Professor Evans Kalula, part of our speakers for the day, we acknowledge you, sir, and thank you for joining us once again this morning. Miss Lisa Seftel from NEDLEC, Executive Director, we acknowledge yourself as well. Thank you so much for honoring the invite. And again, whether present or in absentia, I'm just going to go through the whole list. Mr. Motiba Mutunye, the CEO of Productivity South Africa, we also appreciate yourselves. Advocate Lovuyo Bono, ESC Chairperson, Siyabonga kakhulu. Mr. Rio Noluchungu, the Chief Executive of South African Local Government Association, ISALGA, was also an invited guest who had confirmed that they will be with us. And Ms. Lukosi Magagula, our daughter from the CCMA of Eswatini. That is what it is. Siyabonga mama wethu enovela kwelokunene. Nkulunkulu akwenze kahle for being with us. We appreciate you. And Mr. B. Nkabinde, Chairperson of the Commission for Employment Equity, you are also acknowledged and appreciated and the delegates that are representing the Commission Staff Association by special invitation of the director. You are also, acknowledged and highly appreciated. And all other stakeholders and partners of the CCMA that have assisted to make this event possible, from service providers who offered their services yesterday, who also sponsored the awards. We heard that the individual recipients of the Excellence Awards are going to be graced with 1 terabyte of data spread over 12 months. That sponsorship and others are highly appreciated. Now, colleagues, this morning, as I did say yesterday, today's session is mainly dealing with a topic that for some of us, it's one that we relate with from far. And the CCMA has found it fitting that we will bring it closer to ourselves, which is issues related to collective bargaining. But before I'll give to Senior Commissioner Mokoena to just, give a bit of a background and to set the scene for that subject, just a quick reminder of some of the key points that were dealt with yesterday, or things to remember, is that in brief, the director in his address to us reminded us of where we come from. By the way, we should always remind you, and one thing we've not done very well as program directors is to sing the theme of the Indaba 2022, which is reflections on the past 25 years of social justice and rebuilding together post the COVID-19 pandemic. And that is what we should be building towards in everything that we are hearing, that we appreciate where we come from, the difficulties that we've faced, both from a personal level and even from the work that we do. There have been difficult times. I remember once the whole thing of vaccination started coming through. As commissioners, we were worried to say, what are we going to be expected to do? What legal framework do we employ when dealing with these cases that relate to a refusal to vaccinate and any other action that may be related to that, be it a dismissal, suspension, or even your retrenchments for that purpose. So, but we were able to weather the storm, and we are still standing and we are here. This morning when I was taking a shower, I was like, hey, I wish that today again the director had allowed me to go that way. You know, that one that I didn't, yeah, that one. Yeah, because I just got a sense of appreciation to say, yes, we've lost colleagues, we've lost loved ones because of COVID, but we must still appreciate the fact that we are still here. Those of us who are in this room, we are still here, we are still standing. And the best way for us to honor them is just to keep the legacy of what they stood for. So COVID-19 came, its lockdowns came, we weathered the storm. Now the challenge is, what do we do post this pandemic? And the director has made us aware of where we are going. And Professor Fourie set a very beautiful picture to all of us about the plight of domestic workers. And I'm sure every delegate in this room will not look at their domestic worker or gardener in the same way after we've left this Indaba. And I think the plenary 3, I don't want to talk too much about it too, where Tate Motshekga covered his part, Senior Commissioner Van Dijk and Divet, dealt with the issues of 198A to D and EEA respectively. Now, with that being said, now let's get to what today is about. I see the director's got his techies on. He's stuck to the mandate. That today we might see ourselves having to uktoitoya kancane. And now, Senior Commissioner Mokoena, can you just take us now and paint the picture for us? What are we expecting today before we present our speakers for the morning?
Okay, good morning, esteemed guests, esteemed colleagues. We need to correct the title of Mrs. Magagula. We don't want to get into trouble with with her husband. So we've duly corrected your title. Colleagues, good morning. I hope you're well this morning. I hope you got some time to rest a little bit after the festivities that we had last night. Congratulations to all the winners from last night. It's well deserved. Congratulations to the nominees as well. I think as last night's program director indicated, the fact that you were nominated, even though you did not win, it is still significant in that you worked hard to get to the point where at least you were nominated as part of the top performers in the CCMA. My name is Bitumelo Mukwena. I am still the Senior Commissioner Mediation in the National Office. Our topic today is one that is very close to my heart. And so to speak, if I can put it like that with your permission, Director, today you on my turf, so to speak. We're talking about collective bargaining today. Even though I'm not alone in that unit, I have a colleague who's assisting to steer the ship insofar as employment security unit issues are concerned. Senior Commissioner Shimane Khanze. We are the two main managers in the collective bargaining unit who are responsible for driving the organization where it's supposed to be nationally in terms of the collective bargaining agenda. And part of what I want to do in my introduction of what the discussion today is to highlight to colleagues what collective bargaining is all about, because in the CCMA, most of the time, you find that colleagues are aware that there's a unit called collective bargaining, but they don't necessarily know what collective bargaining does insofar as the CCMA's mandate in the labor market. In a nutshell, colleagues, when you check Section 1 of the Labor Relations Act, part of the purpose of the CCMA is to maintain, promote labor peace and stability, and maintain labor peace in the labor market, and to ensure that insofar as issues that affect our socio-economic issues in the country, we're supposed to have a significant impact in terms of what happens in that space. So insofar as our mandate is concerned and what informs our strategies as a department, that is the foundation, that's where we get it from. Part of our strategy at the CCMA is to ensure that there is labor peace. And in ensuring that there is labor peace, we have those initiatives that we do as a department. We call them your support processes, which are your wage facilitation processes, which are your pre-bargaining conferences. In a nutshell, your wage facilitation processes would be those support processes where we come in and assist parties, whether it be on request or whether we offer. But our role there is to try and address the issue of labor peace within the workplace. Because when you have contact with the parties at that level, before they get to dispute level, you greatly reduce the chances of the parties going into dispute level. If you're already at that time, you have a commissioner that is intervening, that is assisting parties navigate the issues that affect their collective bargaining space. So that's part of what we do as a collective bargaining department. And the other initiatives that we have would be what we call your pre-bargaining conferences. Those focus more on the relationship building issues. Those focus more on checking in terms of what went wrong in the previous engagement between the parties. Maybe if there was a major strike, we would check what were the issues that made you guys go into the type of engagement you went into with the previous industrial action that we had. So the purpose with the pre-bargaining intervention is to help parties fix what may have been broken in their previous engagement. It is also to provide them with direction as to, in terms of the way forward, what is the more ideal way, what is the better way to engage each other in the process, so that we make sure that we maintain this thing that we call labor peace. And the reason why it's important, colleagues, why we should, all of us, why we should be committed to this thing of labor peace is because of your Marikana. Post-democracy, it was not correct that beyond democracy in South Africa, we had a moment like that in our history. Hence the reason why I'm saying all of us, we're supposed to be committed to the project that is called Labor Peace. Hence the reason why CCMA as an organization, we have specific strategies that are directed towards ensuring that we either minimize or we completely prevent incidents like that happening. And we take cognizance that the extent of our powers are limited, but within the parameters of that which we can do, we try and do our level best. As you will see in the panel discussion that's going to come in later, that at the CCMA we have commissioners, we have teams that literally bear the weight of the nation on their shoulders. We have teams that will step in any time of the day, any time of the night, and ensure that our national interests are taken care of. For example, Transnet. When the economy came to a standstill, we had to go in and intervene and ensure that we bring things back and ensure that the nation gets back into operation. So in a nutshell, colleagues, by engaging you like this, I'm trying to show you of the critical importance of collective bargaining as a unit within the CCMA. In terms of workload, we may have like your smaller percentage as compared to your individual labor dispute, but in terms of impact, we are behind the reason why some countries may look to South Africa as maybe an example in terms of how we go about trying to resolve our issues. We're not perfect, there are challenges, but in terms of the space within which we can influence, the space within which we can assist parties to resolve issues, we do our best, and most of the time we succeed. And ladies, I want to challenge you. We have a gap in the collective bargaining space, both in mediation and also in employment security. There's a gap that we are seeking to address as an organization to bring in more ladies. And we were discussing the other day, and the director indicated that it's fair discrimination, it's allowed. Because we need to try and empower our ladies for the mere reason that as women, there are certain things that are inherent in us. We are the ones that, so to speak, rahamalapa. So that character in terms of when we say rahamalapa, we build families. So that inherent quality in us is one of the things that would greatly assist in terms of the things that go into determining how you can resolve a dispute. So insofar as capacity issues are concerned, ladies, I'm saying put your hand up.
Yes.
Within the CCMA, as far as I know, there are no barriers. So put your hand up, step forward, and let us know that you're interested as well to be one of the voices that help solve the problems that this country faces. So even in the engagement today, can you please show up for us and show that you also have a voice, you also have an understanding of the issues that affect us as a nation, insofar as the issues that impact in the collective bargaining space. So with that being said, without any further waste of time, because we have quite a number of interesting discussions that we're going to have today with the speakers that are going to speak, but mainly with the panel discussion that is going to happen, I think, after tea break. So, like I'm saying, ladies, bring it. Let's engage and let's show that we also have a voice within the CCMA.
Thank you so much, colleague. Senior Commissioner Mukwena's new nickname now is Ladies Bring It. Now, thank you so much for that beautiful picture laid out for us. And I'm going to, at this point now, call the first speaker who's going to address us for the first part of our session. Just a reminder, if you are a colleague, a delegate who has not yet checked out, the team is requesting that please, if you can, during that tea break, do your best to ensure that you've checked out of the room that you are in. That is just the plea from the team. Now, we are going to call our first speaker for the day, And because of time, we are not going to open for questions, colleagues. We're trying to make up for the time we lost due to what time we started plenary today. Now, the speaker who's going to address us first is Dr. Johnny Musubayana. He is a director of the ILO Pretoria Decent Work Team, and he serves technically around 18 countries in the Eastern and Southern Africa. He is also a director for the country's office politically and administratively, convening Botswana, Eswatini, Lesotho, and South Africa. Now, his academic decorations, I'm not going to go through that list, it's on the booklet. And so at this point in time, I'll bring to the stage Dr. Johnny Musubayana from the ILO and to come and address us this morning. And thank him once again. Now, with a warm round of applause, can we bring him to the fore? It should be there. Here's your prompt. You'll use this remote to go through your slides.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Program Director, Miss Women Bring It On, I have heard your new title.
It's official.
The Director of the CCMA, the members of the governing body of the CCMA, let me say all protocol observed. However, would be amiss. Yes, thank you. I am, as you can see, a bit vertically challenged. So, yes, that works better. Let me also acknowledge the officials from the Ministry of Employment and Labor, representatives of labor, not least the former COSATU General Secretary, Mr. Bekin Chalinchale, I also acknowledge you. The GS of FEDUSA. But let me also acknowledge representatives of business. I presume they are here somewhere. I've not met my usual friends from BUSA. But let me, from academia, also pay respect to Professor Evans Kalula, who is also the chairperson of the ILO Committee on Freedom of Association. And thank you very much, Professor. I really came here just to show my face. And I've wanted to do this for a long time. And for various reasons, it hasn't always worked. And before I risk losing Cameroon as a friend, I thought I should just come. So really the presentation is an excuse for me just to be here and to pay my courtesies to the CCMA. Last night, yesterday, this week, when Victoria Falls, I think with RIFDA, and we came in last night just to honor this commitment. So thank you very much for having me. I want to acknowledge that this presentation is actually the product of a research that was commissioned and undertaken by Professor Shane Godfrey and Mario Jacobs from the University of Cape Town. And so mine is to summarize that research, which is largely focusing on collective bargaining in a time of crisis and looking at the case of South Africa in recent times. And now let me make another disclaimer. As the ILO, we're used to going to other countries to inform them about what's happening internationally and in other countries. It's rare that we come to a country and I come to a podium like this before you to talk about what's happening in your own country. But this desire of mine just to appear has led me to this. I would have liked to negotiate this topic away, but we failed, Mr. Cameron. Your organizer said this is the topic. Luckily, we have this study to back us up. So it will go like this. Background, I think the context of collective bargaining, the the program directors were already giving that, so I may not spend too much time on that, also in the interest of time, seeing we are running behind time. And then I'll focus a bit on the responses to COVID and the post-COVID recovery. So we know COVID was declared in 2020, and we know then that it impacted not just the health sector, but the world of work. And we looked at business continuity, but also workers' health and security. And maybe allow me at this point to say, not because only of COVID, but COVID made the point even more apparent. You know that the ILO's core conventions, occupational health and safety was not one of them. But the International Labour Conference of this year adopted Conventions 155 and 187 as core conventions, precisely to acknowledge in part the impact of COVID and the statement that it made that without health, all other rights are a bit superfluous. Health actually is the big driver, and I think COVID made that point very clear. And in this regard, there's been dialogue and engagement, tripartite plus, and there's been also in collective bargaining to use as tools to adopt measures to manage COVID and also to respond to it and keep enterprises afloat. The context of collective bargaining, I think, is quite clear, and I lean on my previous program director who gave this outline. So let me come to particularly the COVID issue then. So there were three levels: the policy level, the sectoral level, collective bargaining, and then at the enterprise level. And that NEDLAC, and I acknowledge the executive director of NEDLAC, I guess she's here somewhere. She's also somebody who always calls me and I have to jump. And we're happy for that partnership with NEDLAC. Then is a platform less for collective bargaining in its proper definition, but much more for, let's say, consultation on broad socio-economic policy issues. And there has been, I hope we all agree, a perception that the efficacy of NEDLAC has been declining over time. And I thank NEDLAC for the partnership we've had I think we worked with the Mapungubwe Institute to look at how to reposition and re-strengthen NEDLAC. And I want to thank the NEDLAC officials for this and the need, therefore, to give new impetus to NEDLAC. And I think COVID then was a good reason to do this. So NEDLAC established a rapid response team with a mandate to coordinate task teams dealing with occupational health and safety, sale of alcohol. I'm sure you all remember that drought period, if I can call it that, without alcohol, and unemployment insurance fund, and the vaccination and its rollout, and the measures that needed to be developed to deal with the pandemic, including the timing of the various lockdowns and the requirements at each of those levels. So NEDLAC became a very important platform in managing the response to COVID in the workplace. And in the responses, it would also consider easing the restrictions and adopting relief measures, in particular the temporary employer-employee relief scheme, which became, I think, quite an important tool in ameliorating the loss of income for the majority of the workers in the affected sectors. But more importantly, as I'd already alluded to, the adoption of occupational health and safety guidelines and regulations to manage or to stop the spread of the virus. So the success of the NEDLAC dialogue then is largely attributed to the engagement mode, which emphasized joint solution finding to save the country, as opposed to, there's a general perception that collective bargaining in South Africa is very adversarial. And maybe while I'm at that, I could just add that there was a global analysis done by the ILO to find the number of collective bargaining, let's say, interventions and how often do they, let's say, lead to strike action. And that comparatively around the world with peer countries that you would compare South Africa to, the general tendency is that we have a much higher option to strike, where we end up in strike action much more than most of the other countries. So this idea of a zero-sum adversarial approach to collective bargaining, and COVID, I think, made us all realize, let's all put our heads together in the best interest of the country. And this brought hope and revitalization of tripartism, also as tripartism as a foundation for rebuilding the country's economy. So in general, NEDLAC was a very successful platform in response to COVID. And it played a coordinating role in adopting collective bargaining at the sectoral and communicating with the bargaining parties. However, there's no evidence that there was any clear direct contact between NEDLAC and negotiating parties, particularly at sectoral and enterprise level. So NEDLAC helped particularly at the policy level. I talked about 3 levels: the policy level, the macro level, the sectoral level, and the enterprise level. It's clear that at that higher policy level, NEDLAC did a sterling job. But at the sectoral and enterprise level, let's have a look in more detail at that. So collective bargaining took place within the central framework of bargaining councils, and there was distribution of the government relief measure, the funds through UIF, and we all know there were many issues related to that, not least of which that some who should not have benefited were benefiting from this fund. But all in all, and I could be corrected by the colleagues from UIF and the department, but I think generally it is that about 62 to 64 billion was dispersed in this time period to ameliorate loss of income at enterprise and individual level. And 5 bargaining councils entered into agreements with the UIF to receive and administer the relief funds for their sectors. Then these include the Bargaining Council in the clothing manufacturing industry, the National Textile Bargaining Council. And the intention was for speed and efficient disbursement of these funds to disperse these funds to reinforce the capacity of the UIF staff who had been overwhelmed by the huge demand. Secondly was the protection of frontline workers in the public and private health services. And the collective bargaining on the sector-specific issues in the public health sector took place in the context of the Public Health and Social Development Sector Bargaining Council. Unions' demands were taken on provision of personal protective clothing. I think we all ended up knowing very well this acronym PPEs. Access to data on infections of frontline workers, transport, unused annual leave due to COVID work, and the psychosocial support. And I think this is a particularly important element, the psychosocial support, because of the impact that the response of the frontline workers and what they were seeing there. We know that the issue of mental health has now become quite a big issue in the workplace. The issue of a danger allowance, and also a token of appreciation for services provided. So these were all the demands that particularly the unions put on the table. The negotiations took place, again, in the context of what is largely seen as an adversarial relationship. I'm sure you are all aware, the non-implementation of the 2018-2020 wage agreement and the subsequent constitutional court case against the employer, which went against the workers. Negotiations and the union's requirement for consultations on COVID, the 19 measures were not successful, resulting in litigation, and the Nahau case is a case in point. And they were seeking orders to direct the health minister to consult over the provision of PPEs to health workers. pending such consultations prohibiting disciplinary action against workers for refusing to work without adequate PPEs. The court held that there was no factual or legal basis for an order compelling the minister to consult NEHAU or any union, and that the government has comprehensive measures in place to deal with the COVID pandemic. And this was a setback then for the union's right to be consulted and let's say the whole principle of collective bargaining. In the private health sector, there is no evidence of the use of collective bargaining to that extent. Unions are much less well organized in the private health sector than in the public health sector. They are not representative sufficiently, and where agreements were reached, they were over standard collective bargaining issues rather than issues specifically focused on COVID response. There was a general feeling that government regulations adequately achieved the objective of protecting frontline workers, and therefore there was little to be bargained for. However, some private hospitals established task teams to monitor COVID measures and ensure the supply of PPEs. Wage freeze and continuation of existing agreements. Parties engaged in collective bargaining when agreements expired during COVID and due to economic hardships. Parties agreed to extend the terms of existing agreements. There were, in general, no salary increments in this time. So the COVID standstill agreement for the period 1 July to June 2021 by the Metal and Engineering Industries Bargaining Council, which froze increases and extended existing agreement, is a case in point. Fourthly is the strengthening of occupational health and safety systems. In anticipation of the OSH implication of COVID, these measures were undertaken. The COVID lockdown collective agreement by the Bargaining Council in the collective manufacturing industry. The agreement aimed to, as you can see there, improve the health and safety regulations at the workplace. Fifthly was the issue of protection of wages. And the lockdown collective agreement, which agreed to pay wages to employees during the lockdown, and thereafter they were getting the pay wages from the test funds. And the continuation of the arrangement with the UIF, the introduction of various monitoring measures to ensure compliance with the UIF agreement. Sixthly was the protection of other rights. And this looked particularly to strengthen organizational rights of the trade unions, to promote gender equality and combat gender-based violence in the workplace. And finally, the participation in national anti-COVID efforts and promotion of corporate social responsibility. And this we see an example in the PPEs and other essential products collective agreement by the NBCCI. But all of this is to say there were lots of collective bargaining agreements looking at different elements, whether it was protection of wages, whether it's occupational health and safety. So collective bargaining was an effective tool. Maybe I shouldn't move too much to that. But so we have many examples in the study of where collective bargaining was used to look at different elements of responding to COVID, and agreements were reached. I may not go through all the slides in the interest of time, but let me just highlight the issue of the COVID rollout campaign framework agreement as an example again of collective bargaining as a tool that was used by the NBCCI. And this issue of preservation of jobs was also quite a key issue. And the issue of managing work shifts and the rotations, particularly the issue of rotating on a 50% basis so that all could work for certain periods of time and earn wages. So I hope what comes from this presentation is that collective bargaining was really effective in ensuring that there was safety, there was effective response to COVID, but also that there was an agreement on wages and on ensuring that enterprises would continue to function at a certain minimal level. The ILO framework for post-recovery then, there was a global call to action on a human-centered approach to COVID crisis that was inclusive, sustainable, and resilient. And this was ILO's guidance to the member states, and that helped in helping member states to shape how collective agreements would be undertaken in the context of COVID. The economic recovery plan of the country, which was discussed at NEDLAC, incorporated then the government's economic recovery and reconstruction strategy as adopted by NEDLAC. And this included unlocking blockages in freight, localization of public and the private sector, improving the ecosystem for small businesses, stabilization of the energy sector. I would hope that we are familiar with all of these policy measures that were discussed at the time. I just want to, as I move towards concluding, that the master plans by the Department of Trade and Industry and Competition in the sugar, poultry, steel and metal fabrication sectors were also the outcomes of collective bargaining. In conclusion, therefore, NEDLAC was proactive in addressing the pandemic and set the basis for subsequent engagement at the sectoral level. There was, however, not clear deliberate connection between the engagement at NEDLAC and the sectoral bargaining councils. There have been use of online platforms to continue collective bargaining during lockdown, which was quite innovative. And however, there was a difference between, let's say, rural and urban-based engagements. Litigation following non-implementation of collective agreements and the limitations on consultations by government has resulted in strained relations in the public service. And I think we all know the effect of that. So this is the study, and that's what we found. So clearly, collective bargaining was a very effective tool during the COVID crisis response. I thank you. Really, Vua.
Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for our speaker.
Yeah.
I think what I took out, and in terms of what I found interesting and maybe triggering for me in the presentation, is one of those findings that as a country we were found to have the highest prevalence of industrial action. There's a reason for that. Up until we get to a point where as a country together, we engage in measures to solve the inequality problem that is so prevalent in this country, we will still continue to struggle with the high prevalence of strikes, because that is what is at the root of why in South Africa we have such a high adversarial aspect in the way the collective bargaining process unfolds between the parties. And with that being said, as I indicated earlier, as the CCMA, we are there at the forefront trying to address these issues, but by virtue of the nature of the institution, we normally mostly come in maybe at the tail end or somewhere in the middle. But in terms of the root causes of why we would be prone to industrial action, is because there is a high level of inequality in our society.
Thank you so much, colleague, and once again, appreciation to yourself, Dr. Musubayan. And mine is now to take us further in terms of us trying to play catch up with time, to introduce the next presenter for us, who will be talking on his topic of on the impact of social dialogue, critical international trends in collective bargaining and freedom of association. And the next presenter will then be Professor Evans Kalula. And Professor Evans Kalula is a chairperson of the ILO Committee on Freedom of Association, and he is the first African to serve in the position, in this position in the history of the ILO. And he is Emeritus Professor of Law at the University of Cape Town, and an honorary professor in the University of Rwanda. And I am not going to talk about his academic prowess once again. It's in the booklet, you will read it yourself. He is also a fellow in the African Academy of Science, a member of the Council of Academy of Science of Southern Africa, of South Africa. He's also a fellow of the Stellenbosch Institute for Advanced Studies. And he's a visiting lecturer in law at the University of Malungushi, and serves as an ad hoc executive policy advisor at the University of Lusaka, and as well as an associate in the South African Regional University Association. Now, I wonder whether Professor Kalula's got a watch or a clock that has got more than 24 hours, because he is everywhere. But as I said yesterday, I appreciate him greatly because he's contributed a lot to also my own academic development when I was still studying. Now, with that being said, I would want us to please give a big round of applause to Professor Evans Kalula. Thank you so much. Here's your remote, Prof. Do you have your presentation and say soft copy?
Yes, but I'm not going to follow it. You can run it through, but
all right.
Not through, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Program directors, chairperson of the governing body of the CCMA and members of the governing body, the director, the CCMA director, Professor Rojane, Dr. Johnny, fellow delegates and members of the CCMA, good morning. I am overwhelmed by the kindness of the CCMA, so let me begin with an apology that the last time I was invited at the annual conference, which I was looking forward to, I was not able to come on account of health challenges. I was unwell. I've been unwell, but I'm much better now. So, Mr. Director, I thank you very much. I don't take it for granted. And let me say at the outset that it's always very difficult to fill the big shoes of the director of the ILO, literally big shoes in terms of both thought, experience, and reach, and size as well. But I am blessed to have had the privilege of working with him for a very long time. And in fact, I follow his vision of trying to develop young people to step into our shoes. At 70 years old, naturally you have one who has got a sense of impending mortality. And Dr. Johnny has always been very encouraging to us to try and has used the initiatives that are available within the ILO to develop younger people to take our place. Mr. Director, let me say and thank you again for giving me the opportunity to share a few ideas with you. And also thank you for allowing me eat your heart out, Dr. Johnny. I did negotiate and tried and sort of to tailor my topic to what I think would have been, and I'm glad I did that because I was both not qualified to do what you have done in terms of looking at the South African experience, particularly during the term of COVID. That was an excellent study. And again, I commend the ILO as always in terms of ensuring that this information is available, not least to the CCMA. I also need to recognize colleagues from the labor department. In fact, I started out there in terms of being of modest help to policy making. Yesterday, there were 3 of us, Brother Becky and Kaiser, and I almost thought that all we needed, I think, was 1 or 2 people to be correct for the former Employment Conditions Commission, the forerunner to the current minimum wage. And in Tate Mkaripi, I think I cannot help but reinforce what Professor Furi said yesterday in terms of our little contribution as a ECC to the plight and recognition of domestic workers. I think one of the, Brother Becky, I think will correct me, one of the things that we did significantly was to push for the inclusion of the domestic workers in the UIF. And as Dr. Johnny has shown, that I think was a prudent move and something that responded, I think, positively to the plight of domestic workers. As the Professor Furi pointed out, domestic workers do not only allow other women to, because they are mostly women, other women to work. They look after our children and they ensure. So they are a resource that I think needs to be recognized. And let me proceed on to congratulate the CCMA for remarkable 25 years. 25 years in which you have delivered and continue to deliver on your mandate within very constrained resources. When I started practical engagement with the labor relations in South Africa, there was one minister at that time, Tito Mboweni, as you know. Tito Mboweni may not have been the best Minister of Finance South Africa has ever had, not least because he abandoned his position and ceremoniously. But what Tito Mboweni did was to give, to have the vision of how important collective bargaining was within the setup and how central the CCMA would be to that vision as a dispute resolution mechanism. And your impact, what you have done, is just remarkable. I remember, the other day we were talking, and this was in respect of domestic workers. We were talking with Brother Becky how when we were on the ECC, we undertook a fact-finding mission to the ILO, only to find that South Africa actually was advanced, more advanced of anybody else, including the ILO themselves, in some respects. And as I will show here, dispute resolution is a crucial part, a critical part of collective bargaining. And beyond that, it is part of social dialogue. So there is an intricate connection between collective bargaining, dispute resolution, and social dialogue. And what I'm going to share with you are reflections on the impact, trends and impacts of international impact in terms of what that means, and the mission of hence the relevance to the mission of the CCMA. I am not going to attempt to lecture you on the ILO, the origins of the ILO. I'm sure Dr. Johnny, colleagues have many times gone over that. In any case, I think I remember, at least, unless that has changed, when we started training the first CCMA, for my sins, I was part of that process. I think we did include in the curriculum the origins of the ILO. The ILO has been and continues to be a voice for social dialogue and social justice. Just to give you a story in parting in terms of where the ILO comes from, and I won't dwell on this, as I said, you are very familiar. But what is crucial for our purposes is that, picture this, the world was broken down as it is now. You know, First World War, the Germans are defeated, and the victors get together, and a few voices led by progressive industrialists and a few countries get together and try to review what happened. And they said to themselves, Germany, and this was their opinion, I suppose, Germany would have been less inclined to be as aggressive as it had been if there was social justice. And that led to the creation of the ILO. Of course, as always, as I'll show when I talk about, there are always economic considerations. And the major economic consideration then was that you needed a leveled playing field for just or fair competition. That was also an element. But there was a crucial, a critical humanitarian consideration in the establishment of the ILO, that you needed social justice to have lasting peace. Of course, that peace was not retained, because come 1939, the world was at war as well, again. But that quest for social justice endured. It endured and outlived the League of Nations. And then the ILO became the first specialized agency of the UN. And it has never stopped ever since. So my reflection here is going to be based on that social justice mandate and mission that continues, but continues in a world that is completely changed. The geopolitics at that time, and I think it's worth mentioning, the world at that time had a multilateral consensus, which was more or less agreed that they needed to do this. The world of work now has changed. And of course, as Dr. Johnny showed, COVID hasn't made it any easier. But more than that, the basis on which the area ILO intervention, namely that it depended on mitigating the working conditions of the first industrial revolution, and later on, of course, the arrival of the Fordist model of industrialization, which led to concentration of big employers. And hence, the need not only to protect the workers against adverse working conditions, but the need to give space to workers in particular, but employers as well, to organize and collectively and be able to pursue their aims. That's where it came from. That has changed now, as I keep saying. In Africa, as an example of many developing countries, the organized sector, the era of big employers, as we know, is over. We have now a multiplicity. In fact, other than South Africa, which I think Dr. Johnny will correct me, which I think the formal sector here is about 40% and declining. Elsewhere in Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, the norm is less than 10%. In Zim, it has been said that at times it has hovered much, much more below 10%. And the genius of the ILO decent work program, I keep saying, is that it recognizes the need for decent work in any kind of environment where work takes place. The fact that there's a declining formal sector in the developing countries, most of all in Africa, does not mean that people are idle. They are working. Now, the problem is the realization of that decent work vision. And it comes to collective bargaining. How do you pursue collective bargaining in such a setup? How does the CCMA apply itself beyond that formal sector? You have a lot of work that you do as it is. I'm not minimizing the workload you have. You are hardly coping, and in fact, it's remarkable, as I said, that you are able to deliver with the very constrained resources. But what does collective bargaining mean beyond what you are doing with the formal sector? Is it possible to regulate the informal sector? And if it is, how does that affect, dispute resolution? Professor Furi sort of made suggestions yesterday about how we can innovate in terms of enforcement of, the working conditions in the, domestic sector. Is it possible for the CCMA to extend its mandate to the small businesses, which now, if the economists are to be believed, and for once I think even lawyers will agree, are the only hope in terms of any creation of employment. And Dr. Johnny, you will excuse me, this idea that the ILO has, and people are still pursuing that somehow it is possible to formalize the informal sector. With respect, it's nonsense. It's never going to happen. What I think needs to be taken into account, I can say that, colleagues and friends, because I'm not an employee of the ILO. I'm not paid for doing the work they do, but I must hasten to add that the ILO looks after me very well. They don't pay me, they get me to Geneva, they enable me to live there, and it's a very expensive city. But my loyalties belong to social justice, and I'm not uncritical of the ILO. And this is one of the areas where I think we need to think up the ILO. In fact, there is dissension within the ILO itself about the not the wisdom, but the reality that faces the world of work. And that's not the only reality. There are other realities of the world of work. Unskilled, skills that are outdated. And I think that will probably, if it has not already started rearing its head, it will be part of it. Sooner or later, you as commissioners are going to be, I think, confronted with the issues of skilling and how that affects collective bargaining and dispute resolution. So these are issues we need to take into account. But anyway, fast forward. Let's look now at the impact of collective bargaining in terms of trends, international trends. and what that means for you as a CCMA, for dispute resolution, and for social dialogue, and for freedom of association. And I'm going to present this from the Freedom of Association Committee point of view, and to give you a sense of what the trends are and what those trends might mean for the CCMA. And in fact, at the end of this talk, I'm going to give a sense of what issues and measures the CCMA might want to take on board, to reflect, to renew itself for the next 25 years, which I believe are going to be, despite the difficulties, the challenges I keep saying, I think are going to be, to continue with the excellent work you are doing and even improve on it. Now, the impact, when I talk about the impact of collective bargaining, dispute resolution, and social dialogue through the lens of freedom of association, I always think of an African example. That is the Kingdom of Eswatini. Eswatini, before 2017, was always carpeted before the International Labour Conference at the Committee on the Application of Standards with the dreaded paragraph 3. Eswatini was always there. And then the ILO tried to engage it continuously. They were making some progress. I remember way back, I think in 2016, I was dragged in to help reform the legislation. A bit was done there, but not entirely, until matters came to a head. 2017, I think Dr. Johnny, if I'm right, 2016, the Americans suspended Eswatini from AGOA. And that, I think, concentrated the kingdom's minds in terms of what that meant. And of course, what that meant was the suspension of AGOA meant that, the exports came to a halt. And there was a clause in the AGOA. There still is. South Africa, unfortunately, is not part of AGOA. You are seen as being above it. You are strong enough to compete in the American market. The idea of AGOA was to allow tax-free entry of exports from a certain number of African countries. And the condition, one of the major conditions about AGOA, is that the beneficiaries had to adhere to ILO basic labor standards. On the face of it, one could sort of applaud the Americans for recognizing the importance of labor rights, but in reality they did not do it for the ILO. They did it for themselves as a way of covering them. This was international trade. That if you are going to allow these little countries from Africa to export to the US, and in the case of Eswatini, to allow Taiwanese textile businesses to, they would use that. And it was important that that competition be fair from the American point of view. So as I said, 2016 or thereabouts, Eswatini is suspended from AGOA. And the ILO sent Dr. Johnny and I to go and try to bring this sort of, not to rub it in, but to try and sort of see, enable them to concentrate their minds. And I think what I recall from that mission, it was a direct mission, is that I think we had the least trouble with the government of Eswatini. In fact, I tend to recall the problem might have been convincing the American ambassador that they would abide by what these were. And from there on, I think, so I caught the Kingdom of Eswatini as a premier or a very visible success in the impact of ILO standards, including, of course, collective bargaining and the rest. As it happens, Eswatini is in the news again, for good reason. What we decided on the Committee on Freedom of Association is that whenever there is a chance for member countries to sort themselves in terms of complaints that come before us, at the request of the country, we can suspend that complaint for 6 months to allow the parties to get together. And at the moment, I think the ILO office are trying to help Eswatini sort that out in terms of, and again, the emphasis here, which I'm trying to put across, is the importance of social dialogue, collective bargaining, and dispute resolution within at home. I always say to whenever after the Committee on Freedom of Association sort of winds up its session, I've got to follow up with ministers and ambassadors. I always try to emphasize to them that the solutions do not belong in Rome or with Caesar. If you take Geneva, the International Labour Office headquarters as Caesar, they belong at home. That you need to emphasize, to relate, and this is where institutions like CCMA are playing a crucial role, and are an example, not only as we saw earlier on. Again, for my sins, I was involved with the ILO in the setting up of training similar bodies, dispute resolution bodies in the SADC, including CIMAC. That these home-grown, home-based, home-developed kind of institutions are crucial and critical in terms of ensuring that collective bargaining, social dialogue, and dispute resolution functions, and that disputes are resolved as close home as possible. And that would lessen the influx of disputes to the Committee on Freedom of Association. Let me tell you, in terms of what the situation is at the Committee of Freedom of Association. We are overwhelmed. We have a backlog going years, in some cases 10 years or more, of complaints that have not been resolved. And incidentally, South Africa has joined that. They have, I think the last and the session before, you had 2 complaints, including one on collective bargaining, the AMA. And I understand now, and I don't have the details because I recuse myself from these discussions. I just read the report. I'm Zambian, but for all intents and purposes, I think I've been lucky, privileged to spend 30 years in South Africa. I know the players. I I'm privileged to interact with you all the time. So I recuse myself. But I understand the government is exploring a same kind of possibility that the ILO is helping it with in Eswatini to try and settle a forthcoming complaint. So that's in fact what the CFA is trying to do. Now, the spread, the global kind of impact and spread of complaints that relate to freedom of association, in particular collective bargaining. I have in the PowerPoints that I think will be shared with you. I shared those with the CCMA, indicated the spread of complaints that we receive. And many of them tend to be complaints around collective bargaining and dispute resolution. Our biggest customers come from Latin America. In Latin America, not only do they have too many complaints, but believe it or not, in comparison, we have enough problems in Africa. You know, sort of trade unionists are bashed about, imprisoned, sometimes occasionally one or two dying at the hands of the police. It's nothing compared to Latin America. In Latin America, if you take Colombia, Guatemala, and you know, the other one, Venezuela, many countries, the trade union rights result, the prosecution of trade union rights, the quest for trade union rights, are not simply about basic rights to organize and engage in collective bargaining. They are life and death. They are routine. What they have in Latin America, one of the elements that leads to so many problems there, is that they have got a sort of a service contract system. Very similar, for those of you who may be familiar with the British labor history, very similar to the dock system in the docks of London, where the trade union was a gatekeeper. You wouldn't work unless you are in good standing with a union, you know, a TUC union. In Latin America, in many of the countries, you have a system of service contract between an employer and a union. And you can imagine what that leads to. It leads into violent intra-union kind of rivalry with the organized labor, you know, being involved, not to mention a very ruthless state apparatus in many countries. As a result, people are killed, and there are these complaints that just keep coming. And at every session, we meet 3 times a year, in March, May, June, and October, November. We can only deal with a maximum of 25 cases, because time is limited, and then the capacity of the office is also limited, particularly for Spanish officials. So we have this overwhelming number from Latin America. The African, by comparison, the African complaints by comparison are a trickle, but they are an important and disheartening trickle, because what they represent, and this brings us back, I think, to an issue that was discussed yesterday, that you have, as in the case of South Africa, arguably the most compliant kind of legislation in terms of international labor standards. And to the credit of South Africa, it is, and thanks to the CCMA, most of those international labor standards are adhered to. But even in South Africa, and it was raised yesterday, there are pockets of lapses, of omissions, where the law in the books is not the same as in action, for lack of capacity. In Africa, it's always mostly not for lack of political willingness, but for lack of capacity. And one of the gifts that are within the Committee on Freedom of Association is that we can recommend, and we do recommend regularly for technical assistance. And in fact, Dr. Johnny's office in Pretoria has got numerous technical assistance kind of programs to help member countries improve to comply with international labor standards. Now, the other issue I want to mention about the Committee on Freedom of Association and its impact in terms of collective bargaining is that the CFA, the Committee on Freedom of Association, is one of the three supervisory bodies in the ILO. The other one, the one is the Committee on Freedom, or Committee of Experts on the applications of conventions and the recommendations. It's an autonomous committee of 26 distinguished jurists, mostly eminent former judges of the International Court of Justice. Many members, several members in that former chief justices of countries, including our own Sandile Ngobo, who is a member of that, that committee. They are an autonomous committee. They try to promote the application of conventions that have been ratified. Because remember, conventions are treaties. They are treaties that are freely undertaken by member states. And once they undertake them, of course, they have got to apply them. And the Committee of Experts helps to engage and assess the application, the implementation of those standards. The other committee is the committee of the entire International Labour Conference, and that's the Committee on the Application of Standards. That is a patently political committee in the sense that although, of course, they are guided by principles of standards, there's quite a bit of contestation there in terms of who is competent and who is not. Of course, it's based on the assessment of whether a member state has applied a ratified convention or not. My committee, the Committee on Freedom of Association, is a tripartite committee. It consists of 6 employers, 6 government, and 6 workers, and an independent chair. And for my sins, I'm that independent chair. And unlike the Committee of Experts, unlike the Committee on the Application of Standards, we are a committee of the governing body. And our role is to recommend, to consider complaints that are laid before us. And as I keep saying, most of those committees, they're about dispute resolution, they're about collective bargaining, they're about social dialogue. And we are not a tribunal. I always try to to emphasize that. But our jurisdiction is a compulsory jurisdiction for every member state of the ILO, on the basis that freedom of association and collective bargaining are fundamental principles of the ILO Constitution. And in fact, our jurisdiction extends beyond the ILO membership. And if you go back to 1992, when the ILO, South Africa was not a member of the ILO, it was covered by that, and we are able to intervene. So all member states of the UN, by virtue of the Human Rights Declaration, Universal Human Rights Declaration, are enjoined to be within the jurisdiction of the CFA. And that is why our best customer, right? I don't think that's a misnomer. Our customers are led by China. China is our leading customer. China has not ratified any of 86, 87, and 98, which are the two core conventions on freedom of association and collective bargaining. But they are bound. Cuba, surprisingly, have ratified. And they are also a frequent customer. Belarus, Venezuela, Myanmar now, and then the other countries, Iran, which has not ratified, and then of course Pakistan and Bangladesh. So in spite of that, they are covered, and many of the complaints we receive are from China. We have continuous, sort of complaints from China. And in fact, every session of the CFA, I spend time to chat to the Chinese ambassador, or during the June, the minister, responsible for labor. So that's how the sort of the CFA operates. And in terms of impact, if you look at the history of the impact to this day, the thing, as you know, in terms of sanction, I think you all know, it's not like your CCMA what judgments can be enforced. The ILO and the other international bodies, the sanctions are different. They are different in the sense that now and again, I think they can be dragged to court via advisory opinions of the ICJ. But the solutions in terms of the breaches of international labor standards are not by that kind of sanction. They depend on, sort of name and shame. They depend on negotiations. Occasionally you have international commissions of inquiry. And in fact, also, and I'm talking about the impact now, other than sort of the penal sanctions. And also occasionally, you have got a fact-finding mission. And in terms of impact, South Africa is one of the outstanding examples of how the ILO's impact came to bear. And remember, at a time when South Africa was not even a member of the ILO, they had been sort of compelled, forced to withdraw in 1966. Come 1992, they persuaded themselves. I think the regime at that time was feeling the heat, and the idea was that, look, you better let them in and show. And at that time, I think what was on the menu in terms of the regime's approach was in their narrative to belie this accusation that South Africa was the worst place in terms of workplace rights, and so they allowed the fact-finding mission in, and that was due to a complaint from COSATU. It was before your time, brother. I think you were already active in the unions, isn't it? Brother Becky, you were already there. And it was a result of that complaint. And that complaint had profound impact. Not only did it find for COSATU, but it also paved the way for what later on, after the democratic transition, came to be an example of engagement between the ILO and South Africa. That was one example. Similarly, in Zimbabwe, the ILO's impact of its influence during the struggle in Zimbabwe and after was pronounced. And in the Sudan, even in Myanmar now, Burma, I always find it very difficult to pronounce Myanmar, the old Burma. It was, I'm getting, very quickly, I've been, I've been very reminded, I tend to, it's the habit of a bad teacher, I tend to talk too much. very quickly, just to sum up, what does the next 25 years hold for the CCMA? The last 25 years, as I said, have been remarkable, despite the challenges that we face, despite the constraints in capacity and resources, despite the overwhelming workload you have. But as I think the director acknowledges every time, implementing your mandate is increasingly difficult in terms of worsening economic conditions, not to mention unemployment. COVID, as Dr. Johnny showed, has made it difficult. The South African legislation, labor legislation, is exemplary in fostering the balance between the forces at the workplace. That is, but it has got clear limitations hedged in by worsening economic situation, hedged in, and this is on the ILO platform, which I've got to confront in the CFA, by employers now rethinking their approach and more or less sort of trying to move away from the old consensus of the protection of labor rights. They still insist they are for labor rights, but they think that the pendulum has swung too far in favor of workers. And in their narrative, they think enterprise has been neglected, and they put it bluntly that you need to create the cake, to cook the cake, to be big enough to distribute. But it's much more complex than that. So those are the need for, therefore, for the CCMA is to deal with these new challenges. But fundamental to that renewal of dispute resolution is social dialogue. It is collective bargaining. That is the basis on which effective kind of dispute resolution is going to be based. And so and in fact, when you go to the PowerPoint, international trends confirm this, that you need to renew and energize and enhance social dialogue through dispute resolution and collective bargaining. Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you very much, Professor Kalule. Ladies and gentlemen, quick acknowledgement to Zoe Dlala from SALGA and the ESC who joined us a bit earlier this morning. We appreciate you, sir. And we are going to have the presentation sent to ourselves post the Indaba. So I noticed a few people trying to take pictures of certain slides. So delete. You'll get the proper presentation after the Indaba. Colleagues, we're now going to our tea break. It will be for now 29 minutes. We're stealing that 60 seconds from you. So can we reconvene at 11 o'clock sharp for our panel discussion with the two case studies that we'll be dealing with. So let's reconvene at 11 o'clock sharp, delegates. Thank you very much for your patient engagement in the plenary 3 and 4. But why would I do that? 1, 2. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ourselves seated to start with the panel discussion. Delegates in the foyer, delegates who are still outside the venue, can we make our way inside, please? Delegates, and I'm going to request that my panelists must all ascend to the stage, please. Siyojikizinto tulamtana mwenukhalela, tulamtana mwenukhalela, tulamtana mwenukhalela. Siyojikizinto tulamtana mwenukhalela, tulamtana. Tulamtwana mwenukhalela, siyojikizinto tulamtana mwenukhalela, tulamtana, tulamtana mwenukhalela, siyojikizinto tulamtana. Tulamtana mwenukhalelane. I'm still missing one panelist. Can I have your booklet? There we go. There she is. My panel is complete. Delegates who are still outside, my panel is complete on the stage. We are going to start without you shortly. If you don't make your way into plenary, last 30 seconds grace, then we commence. And I also request that my facilitator must be nearby. He knows himself. Oh, here he is. We are sorted. Now we are sorted. And can I also request the audio crew to assist us with roving mics to be ready in the room, so that at the time when we must take questions from the floor, it does not become a difficult transition. Yang bambesela mshiniwa mwe baba. Auletu mshiniwa umshiniwa mwe baba, umshiniwa maul umshiniwa umshiniwa miwe baba, umshiniwa maule yang bambesela mshiniwa mwe baba. But yang bambesela mshiniwa mwe baba. Delegates come in. Yang bambesela Shiniwa mwe baba. Amandla. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to this session. Can I have the delegates properly seated? Can we also have silence in the room, please? We are about to start with our panel discussion. But before I do so, I'm just requested to please remind the delegates of the pledge forms. If you are here with us, you have not yet submitted your pledge form, and you were inclined to
give it to us before we depart. Can I have silence, delegates? If you are in here, you can't start another session of your own. So can I please have delegates give us silence, because if I was to raise the facilitator whilst you are talking, he's got powers to discipline. Hey, kuzawufiwa. Delegates, can we please have order in the house, please? Now a humble, serious request. We are here now. Let's please be in the room and not have separate plenaries and sessions, kindly. Siyabonga kakhulu. Now, the delegates who still have their pledge forms to submit, you are urged to please do so before we depart, leaving them still at the same station by the desk with laptops there with IT staff. Just leave your pledge forms there, but there will still be room, as we indicated, for you to still submit them, maybe from your regional offices, should there be a need for you to delay for any reason. Now, with that being said, I am now going to just allow Tracy to paint a picture for us briefly before we introduce the facilitator for the panel, and then we can have the panel discussion open.
Okay, thank you, colleagues, and welcome to the conversation that we're about to have regarding what is happening currently in the collective bargaining space, and whether there is a need to revisit the CCMA collective bargaining strategy. The discussion is going to be facilitated by the CCMA director, Advocate Morajane. But before he takes the platform, I want to give you the context within which the discussion is going to happen. It will not necessarily be limited to the context that I would provide. The context, colleague, is that in terms of the collective bargaining space that we find ourselves under, there are those moments where we have successes, and we also have the challenges that keep coming up as we deliver on our mandate. Insofar as the successes that I think that are noteworthy in terms of the work that we've covered, and most of it having been covered by the colleagues that are here before you, we are happy to note that at least in the mining sector, for the foreseeable period, we have multi-year collective agreements that have been signed in that sector. So we anticipate relative peace in the sector in terms of issues that affect the wages and the terms and conditions of employment. There's also been multi-year agreements signed in the motor sector and the auto manufacturing sector. And we also recently had a 3-year agreement signed at Transnet. So insofar as that broader space is concerned, we can breathe a little bit easy for now, but it would not mean that we would relax and not check how the parties are doing, and not check whether there is a need to maybe in the meantime conduct what I referred to earlier on in terms of the pre-bargaining interventions that would ensure that when they start in their next round of negotiations, we would have had that conversation with them. The problems that I think, Director, that we need to keep our what is this? What's the saying? That we need to be alert to. The rising problems in the SOEs. We experienced them in your Section 189A facilitations. We're currently busy with DENEL. There are problems. In your organizational rights space, we have SAA. We have problems. There's SAPU. We have PRASA. There are problems arising. So our work is cut out for us insofar as that is concerned, because those are the major sectors or employers, if I can put it like that, that would have a potential to destabilize the project on ensuring that our economy is functioning at the level that is supposed to be functioning. We also have the current impasse in the public sector. And I think most of the time when you see media coverage on the collective bargaining disputes, it's normally, when you hear the mention of CCMA, it's normally through the interventions that we have in terms of the Section 150 intervention. That's normally when we get in to go to try and resolve the problems that would have arisen between those parties. But as a matter of noting, it is just for us to know that there are successes that we've had in terms of those sectors that have the multi-year agreements, and then there are the challenges that are developing that we need to ensure that we effectively address so that we can either minimize or prevent any potential for industrial action. Having said that, Director, it is now your moment, it is now your podium.
And the process will be the director will facilitate alone for now and take the panels through the questions and issues he wishes to deal with. Then at a certain time he will indicate once we open to the floor, and only at that point then we will come back to assist with the recognition of the participants from plenary. Director, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me? All right. Thank you very much for being here again. This is a very important moment for us. It's an important moment because it's for the very first time as the CCMA that we have a panel like this one. Firstly, it is how the panel is constituted. It's a panel purely based on CCMA commissioners, no one from outside. That's the first thing, and that's very important. When you look at our program yesterday, you would have seen that the majority of the topics, all of the topics, they had nothing to do in the main with this important subject called collective bargaining. And normally when you're talking about case law monitor, we always talk Sibanye. We don't talk Sibanye, we don't talk the Transnets of this world. We're talking about Sidumo, we're talking about misconduct cases, we're talking about dispute of right, basically. And our commissioners also take interest in those cases because those cases, they are indeed very exciting cases. You know, it's like when you study law, one of the most boring subjects to do is deceased estate because you're talking about dead people and wills, right? And other than that, when it comes to employment law, when you're talking about dismissals and the questions that arise, there are always exciting questions and people debate them. But when you get to collective bargaining, people think it's a boring subject because there's nothing exciting to talk about it. Part of this process that we're trying to do first is to change that perception. Because if there's a subject that contributes to economic development, democratization of the workplace, and labor peace, is collective bargaining. When the country's on fire and they say assist and facilitate, you see that in the news. You see how serious the impact of industrial action is. In the labor market, you're talking collective bargaining, and there are constituent parts of that, which is, amongst others, organizational rights, stuff like that. So then we took a conscious decision, and I said to the team, it's time for us to balance exactly what the structure of the LRA is, dispute of right and dispute of interest. This is what this slot is about. That's one part. The second part is to celebrate these commissioners that you see here. And when I say celebrate, I mean celebrate in the best possible way. Because whenever we are called upon to intervene, these commissioners that you see here, who are your colleagues, are the ones that stand up and say, Director, let's do this. It doesn't matter what time, it doesn't matter how long it takes, it doesn't matter what the dispute is, it doesn't matter about the level of violence that comes with those type of matters that we're talking about. I have had to experience some of the experiences that we talk about, Mtuduzi, no more, and Berlin will tell you about those aspects. I don't want it to be in an academic report that you understand what happened. Why don't you hear it from the horse's mouth? That is important. From the horse's mouth. Whatever you read in the news, whatever you read in the newspapers about how Transnet was resolved, call Berlin, will give you the story, how it happened. Call Malisela, he will tell you what happened. Right? That's why they are here. Isibanya dispute We started with a certain number of commissioners. And at some stage, I was called by the minister to get involved. I got involved. Later, I brought to. That's how this A team works. This is a dream team I'm presenting to you. And there is no one in the country that must celebrate this important milestone, this important success, other than the commissioners themselves. So for those successes, and they will talk to you, but what I'm asking us to do for now, which is something that will give me the greatest of pride, is for us to give them a round of applause for all of the successes that they've achieved. When you talk labor peace, you can't talk about labor peace without talking about the CCMA. We are also the breeding ground of the leaders in the market in the context of social dialogue. We also expand to bargaining councils. That's important. The other purpose why we're doing this is an invitation, and this is the bigger part of it, that we can't continue to have just them as the dream team on red line matters when you are here. You are here, do not be obsessed with misconduct. You are making ruling ngedagwa, ubuntu phuzile gets dismissed. Omunye abandlulula, we decide. All of those things. People do all sorts of things, absenteeism and all complex, interesting cases, we do them. But we're changing the interest now to this. The story they're about to tell, you won't find in any book. Any media that reports, they are telling what they were told. So today, it's the commissioners who talk to commissioners about commissioner work. It just doesn't get better than that. So I'm asking you to listen with keen interest on the story to be told. Stories that are not told in the public. They can only be told by them to you, because this is a family meeting of the CCMA, right? This is where we discuss about us. This is where we talk about us, our successes and our failures. They will tell you about their fears also, right? Let's share in them to entice you to join them. So when I'm sitting at the head office and they say, this sector is on fire, please intervene through section 150. In my mind, these names trigger immediately. But I want to expand this list so that the trigger should expand beyond that. Each one of them, you see them here. They said, Director, we are prepared and we're ready to mentor anyone who raised their hand to join us in this quite exciting world of employment law. So I hereby invite you to join them. That's the invitation. As you can see also, look at the gender in front of you. There's a rose amongst these thorns. I'm not suggesting they're thorns, man. There's a rose amongst the thorns, right? And when we're talking about Ududu, I can't stop talking about that story. She's got such an incredible record on collective bargaining. And she does it with ease. And if you look at it, she looks like she never gets stressed, but she does, right? And remember Marikana, the story that some of you may not know at the time when Marikana, some of you were there when Marikana happened, right? My predecessor, Unerin, at some point, when really Marikana was raging, because as director, sometimes you are expected to lead your team, fight the battles with your generals, so that you make sure that you succeed, because when they need you, you must be there with them, right? So at some point, she wanted to go to the Kopi. You remember the Kopi in the Northwest, to go and talk to workers who were sitting there. Did she succeed? No. They said, asifuna bafazla, right? Sibuye inyanga zethu uza nento zakho la, uzobulala into zethu. We are going to kill all of the things. We've worked hard, we've been jumping fires and everything else. And you come here, we don't want any woman here. They closed it out. But you know what the side effect of that is? Is that you have a brilliant commissioner who has the capacity, the interest, and the will to resolve a dispute. but they get barred from doing that because they are females. These are the prejudices that we must change in the labor market. If you look at the negotiators, when you go to any collective bargaining process, look at the lead negotiators who they are. It's men that lead that. Is there a reason for that? Why is that? But we never get to discuss that. So today we are discussing those things because that specific question is one of the questions I will ask the panel and ask Ututu herself, Commissioner Tutu, to say, so, in all the engagements at the matters where you did cases, where did this issue of you being woman came up and became an impediment in you resolving a dispute? Because then we have to find a way and a solution to that, because that is a very advanced and sophisticated form of GBV. Right? So we've got to change that attitude, but practice changes that. But if we don't attack that attitude and prejudices, we are breeding them to grow. These commissioners say that must change. Right? We're not saying that collective bargaining matters are limited to this. No, they're not. This is the team that deals with your red line. So that's the idea, that's the plan. So I'm hoping at the end of this session that you would listen to those stories briefly. Each one of them will speak to you in 5 minutes and tell you about who he or she is, what she does, and all of this, anything that she wishes to share with you. Then they'll take a seat until all of them have spoken. Then the fun begins. That's when then we start fielding the questions, and they will answer them honestly and openly, including some of the things that they were not shared in public, because we as CCMA will be talking about that. Okay? That's what this session is about. And every Indaba that comes, in whatever form, there will be a slot like this one where we share the stories. This is the beginning of the future. So commissioners, please join me in that fun journey of breeding a new baby, technically, into the platform where we're debating. There is no platform currently. I'm not talking NetLeg. That's social dialogue that Professor Kalula was talking about to John. But this session, we don't have a platform where we debate. We'll see the questions we ask, where these matters are really debated. Right? Now we're starting that debate. In future, we might invite certain specialists or people in the labor market to participate, but we will never take away this unique part of us. And our case law monitors will be doing effective from January until the end of the year. Do you get the idea? Do you appreciate the idea? I'm asking you to buy food, so let's celebrate it, okay? Now, I have a roving mic. Oh, you've got one there. There's one this side, there's one there. So we're sorted. So you can see us if we're sitting down, right? You can see all of them. So I'm going to start. Who's the unluckiest one? Mo, you're the senior here. And Berlin, you'll follow each other. Please have your 5 minutes and then address commissioners, and as we agreed in terms of the time and everything else. By the way, the slot was for 2 hours. We've cut to 1.5 hours because we are behind with time, right? And then even in that an hour and a half, the 20 minutes part, it's gonna be you talking to your colleague commissioners, all right? So it's gonna be an interactive session, but the first part, you are the audience, they are the storytellers, all right? Are we ready to rumble? Let's do that. Mo, Commissioner Mo.
Thank you.
Over to you.
Good morning, everybody. As I've been introduced, I'm Commissioner Mo Ali. Well, yesterday you heard my right name, ne? Mahmoud Ali, yes. After 25 years in the CCMA, somebody recognized my right name. Thank you for that. Look, very quickly, I'm with the CCMA, as you know, for 25 years. A former trade unionist, so I kind of cut my teeth in collective bargaining in the earlier days in the 80s through Sakau and SATU. And of course, got involved in the CCMA in 1996. And in a sense, I did the whole trip. Commissioner, CSC, National Senior Commissioner, Acting Director, now part-time Senior Commissioner. So I got a bit of experience all around. The 25 years, when I sat back last night and thought about it, and I said, 25 years. But you know what? That went very quickly. I, in fact, can still recall the day I started at the CCMA. So those 25 years were exciting, very exciting journey. And I hope that, what we're going to be saying to you in the next couple of minutes and hours, we hope that it encourages you to get involved in collective bargaining. I think you'll understand that collective bargaining, the consequences of collective bargaining is very, very great for our country. And some of the stuff that we'll be talking to you about today will show you the impact of some of the stuff that we deal with. I just want to take a couple of minutes just to tell you about the Sibanye dispute, just to bring you up to speed where we are at, just kind of understanding background context. All right, so when we did this Sibanye dispute, Dudu and I were appointed very much earlier to facilitate the dispute, and fortunately, I suppose the parties had confidence in us that we proceeded with the dispute from the first day until the signing of that agreement. And remember, different processes. The first process was a facilitation, then we were appointed to mediate, then we were appointed to conciliate, we dealt with the picketing rules, we intervened in the 150, so we were throughout the process. One important thing about that is consistency is important with commissioners. If we're dealing with these big disputes, make sure that it's somebody that takes us all the way through to the end so that there's consistency and understanding. But very quickly about Sibanye. When I thought about Sibanye, and they call themselves Sibanye Stillwaters, I thought about this thing very carefully and I said, what should I say? And then, of course, this thing came to my mind, transversing the rapids at Sibanye Stillwater, because that's exactly what it was. Still water, but many rapids that we had come across. Very quickly, process started end of June 2021. We facilitated, very difficult. Parties were excellent negotiators, in fact, maybe too good. And they were testing each other all the time, to a point where they painted themselves into a corner. Trying to paint each other into a corner, they finally painted themselves into the corner. And we saw that happening. September, dispute is declared. We intervened again. Duda and I were appointed. We dealt with that matter. We thought we got them to a lot of the issues resolved without resolving the actual wage dispute. They declared a dispute at the CCMA. We tried to contact them. We're always in contact with these parties when we deal with these national disputes. And only in January this year did they formally declare a dispute, and we then got into conciliation. What happened in the 3 or 4 months in between, we don't know. They were talking to each other and not talking to each other at the same time. So what happened was that in January we met, we tried to conciliate, no resolution, the parties went off, the strike started. 70 days later, we were called to intervene. We got involved and tried to fashion out something for the parties. So what we did was that we very quickly put together a mediator's proposal. During this time, remember, we also had got involved in picketing rules. Now remember, we're dealing with a big company, we're dealing with many shafts, many mines, and through the able assistance of Boitumelo, she took them through the process, and finally we established rules. Then we intervened in May. Right, and this was before the ministers and everybody else intervened. The director said, get involved. And of course, myself and Mdu at that stage got involved. We got there, we had started talking with the parties, and we realized, wow, this is going to be a very difficult one. Because what happened was, like I said, very quickly, the parties painted themselves into a corner, and they couldn't find themselves out of that corner. They needed somebody else to show them the way out. Mdu and I looked at the situation. Nobody was prepared to put anything on the table. Nobody was prepared to put an offer on the table, or a final offer. We looked at it and we said, okay, we'll push you. We know how to do that. We fashioned out something, we put it on the table. Most of them were happy in principle. But as you know, there were two large unions involved, AMCU, NUM. Nobody wanted to show that we'll compromise. So that made things a little bit difficult for us. But nevertheless, they agreed to take it back. They didn't quite, the unions didn't accept it. In fact, the unions went back and said that it was the employer's proposal rather than the mediator's proposal. Now, that's the first mediator's proposal I'm talking about. What we did then was that we put together this thing and we sent it back to the parties. Of course, we knew that even if they don't settle, they are now focused on something that we put on the table for them. Other than before that, there was nothing on the table. So that was the first one. They didn't quite settle on that. We tweaked it a little bit after that. We sent it back to them. There was an in-principle agreement. Okay, so we got excited. We all went off then. We sent our team there to say, well, bring these guys together. Let's formally sign off. When we got to the signing ceremony, we realized that in fact there were more disputes outstanding than the ones that were resolved. So there was a whole range of issues that these parties then threw at us and said, well, these things are not resolved as well. This opened up the whole negotiations again. And we got worried because you know what happens. All right. Nevertheless, not resolved. We found ourselves in a very difficult situation. The one Friday morning, we all got together and said, this is enough. Even as commissioners, we were fed up and saying, we can't allow these parties to abuse us as the CCMA. So the director gave us a mandate. He said, Mo, you go and tell those parties that they have until 12 o'clock today to find a resolution or you guys pull out. We thought it was strange for the director to say that. But it was a strategy that we had to use. We got in there and we said to the parties, director says, you've got until 12 o'clock to give us your final positions, find a resolution, otherwise we're pulling out. Now you must know what pulling out means. CCMA is not going to assist you. You'll be left to your own whims and fancies. Eventually you'll be dragged to a section 150 capital, which means, well, you'll get an advisory award you might not like. So we pushed the parties. So the stance we took that morning was, we said, we are going to play hardball with you guys just as you've been playing with us and with yourself, against yourself. So we put an ultimatum to them, and that's the ultimatum. By 12 o'clock, we want a deal. Of course, we knew we were not going to get a deal at 12 o'clock. But we said to the parties, put your final position in writing to us. You've got 1 hour. You think to yourself, commissioners, how could you do that? Of course, they didn't take an hour. They took 2. But we pushed them. What was the reason behind that? We wanted to bind them to a firm position because they were all over the place. Goalposts were shifting every minute. We bound them to a position. Once we got that position from each of the parties, as a team we sat down, the 4 of us, and we hammered out a mediator's proposal to the parties that they could not refuse. In fact, they would have ended up, had they negotiated themselves, or an advisory award had been issued, that advisory award would have come to where we had come to. So we played hardball. We put together something and we presented it to the parties. Of course, the parties wanted to open this thing up again and said, Commissioner, would you allow us here? Can you tweak this thing? And we said, no. It's the first time we used this hardball tactic with employers. Oh, well, in a mediation of this sort. Normally we're accommodating, we accept, we want to. This time around we said the only strategy for parties that play this type of game is to play the game with them. Hard, we push them into a corner. Eventually we got a deal at 2 o'clock in the morning. But what we did was we refused to move from the position we put on the table. And when the parties looked at it, and the mediators will tell you, the moment we walked into the room and presented that proposal, we can tell you, other than the leadership of the unions, the shop stewards were happy. We could see it on their faces. Immediately we realized that's the deal. And we refused to move. Of course, finally we tweaked it a little bit, right? We didn't want to also play as stubborn as, they were playing. And at some point we said, okay, give us your little bits and pieces. We tweaked it a little bit and said, sign the deal. No way else. Sign the deal. One funny thing came up. At about 1:30 in the morning, the management of Sibanye says to us, we want to have a meeting with those trade unionists and tell them a lot of stuff because they've been bargaining in bad faith. We all just looked at each other and we looked at the employer and said, yeah, poopa wena. You will not get that from us. We will not do that. Do you know what this is going to do? It's going to open up the whole negotiations again. But 2, you don't undermine people in a negotiations, especially when we've got settlement. 3, we said, the unions are not going to grovel at you here. You sign the deal or no deal or we walk. And guess what? They signed the deal at 2:30 in the morning. All right. So that's just a very quick background of what happened in the Sibanye matter. I'm sure you'll raise many questions.
Thank you, Mo.
Thank you very much, Director.
Thank you very much, Mo. Like I said, this is a family meeting, right? This is a family meeting. Can I do it this way? Belen will come because he's touched on Sibanye, right? So I would allow to do their bit, and then I'll come to Berlin afterwards. Then we switch to Transnet, right? Guys, like I said, this is our internal meeting. This is our session. This is not a public meeting. So I want us to have a free conversation. I ask them to be free in the conversation. So let's protect, it's a protected discussion. All right, please note that. Mdu, please do your part and just add anything that comes out of the Sibanye other than what Umo has presented.
Good morning, colleagues.
Even that moment, you don't know that moment of ours.
Good morning, colleagues. It's so difficult. You know, I sometimes don't know what to say and where to start. But just briefly, my name is Mduduzi Kumalo. I'm part-time commissioner of the CCMA. Joined the CCMA in 2007. And there was a drive director that led me to join the CCMA. And I want to tell you, my drive was dispute resolution. I wanted to settle disputes. I was with the trade union, and we were winning cases at arbitration. And most of those arbitration awards were lying dormant at the labor court. And I felt that, and it was before the amendment of the Act, I felt that maybe going to arbitration, it's not such a good idea. It may look glamorous for a commissioner to arbitrate and issue an award, and the commissioner will be proud of the award. But there is no compliance. And if there is no compliance, parties are left at their own means. And what you said yesterday resonates, that what is the value of an award if the employee who has the award in his hand does not realize the benefit of that award? And that was the drive that led me to join the CCMA, to be honest. And I pushed. I think in my early years, I was settling around 75% of my cases. And at some point, I was dragged into training department. I refused. And I was called to a meeting, and I was told, "Are you refusing to assist us?" I had to think about my contract. So I said, "Okay, I will help." I stayed 5 years in the training department, and most of my colleagues here know me from that department. And we did well together as a team. We capacitated a lot of our users. And sometimes I get disappointed when I sit in the process and I see that there is no capacity at all. Those that we capacitated have moved on. Yeah. But coming back to collective bargaining, I have 5 highlights, but I'm going to be quick because I just want to point out certain things on those 5 highlights. Yeah, I think the first one is, for me, it's Gautrain. At Gautrain, when we went there, me and my colleague Natalie Willemse, there were 2 independent mediators who had been there before us. And they charged the employer a lot of money to mediate. And they were not successful. I don't know whether maybe of any other reason. But we walk in there with the tech, CCMA. And within 2 days, that dispute was resolved.
Did you want to be paid that money that they're paying the other guy?
That's what the CEO of Gautrain said. He said, "I spent a lot of money. I could have brought CCMA for free. I could have saved the money for the workers." So I'm just touching on this, Director, just to highlight what you said yesterday, that the name CCMA is very important. So when you go out there as a commissioner, you must know you're not representing yourself. You represent the brand. Yes. So, and the next one maybe is the plastic sector. You know, the sleepless nights, Director, we had to the plastic sector, the pressure we had from the minister, and that one. When you walk in, you would believe that this case is settleable, because the difference, in your view, would be just that parties are differing on a small issue. And how do you assist them to, deal with this issue, and you come up with different ideas, but all parties stuck to their position. They said, no, we are not moving. This commissioner has a far-reaching implication on our financials, so we are not going to move. So fast forward, we ended up arbitrating that dispute. And 2 years down the line, during the Section 150 Capital A arbitration, the parties withdrew the dispute.
I remember at that time when I got involved, we were about to sign at about 12 in the evening. The General Secretary of NUMSA walked in.
Exactly, and you know when he walks in. It's something we're discussing with Tumelo at Dinel. He is part of the team of NUMSA in that process. And he has his own way. 1 minute, he's very helpful to the process, and the next minute takes the process a different direction. So as a commissioner, you must be on your toes to be able to bring him back to the process. And this only works, colleagues, when you engage him outside of the process, because inside the process, he's playing to the gallery. And remember, there are 5 unions in that space. So he wants to win all the members to himself. So you then need to be able to assess the situation and say, okay, I'm not going to engage him here, otherwise he's going to try and embarrass me. So, yes. And, that one was not resolved by us, but I think we planted the seed. That was one important aspect of that process, that we were able to plant the seed. And as we were arbitrating, parties realized that actually we could have settled on it. The proposal you made to them in writing, and we asked Tutu at 2 o'clock to go and draft. Sorry, Tutu. She's here. Yes, and we presented to them, and they said, no, we're not signing.
Yeah, it was a very painful moment, because I remember when I got involved with everything that you mentioned, and we pushed, we engaged, we did all of those, we read a lot of things. And then we sat there and drafted the agreement, we were agreeing, said we're ready to sign. Until, of course, leadership came in, said no. At 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock in the morning.
Said no,
so that's how it collapsed.
Yeah, it collapsed, and we had to accept and move on. Then in Sibanye, Mo has spoken a lot about Sibanye, and there are a few incidents perhaps that I would want to mention. When we walked in with Mo on the 8th of March, the first attempt at Section 150, the parties, they were sitting, I think, in this room, Mo. They were just insulting each other like nobody's business. And we sat there surprised, and we then decided quickly that we are going to separate these parties. Otherwise, we are not going to have a productive process. And we separated them, and after speaking to them for a few minutes, we realized that their parties are not ready to settle. They want to test each other out there. So what you need to do at that time, you simply allow them the space to do that. Otherwise, they are going to roast you, and by the end, by the way, Director, you spoke of danger allowance.
Danger allowance.
Yes, there is that issue, and I'm happy that PSC Induna is clapping, because when we went to Sibanye for the ballot,
Yeah.
PSC Induna and myself and Commissioner Adokrat, we had to pick someone to go to the stadium.
Stadium, remember,
To go and count.
And no one wanted to go to the stadium because you didn't know what's going to happen.
No, we picked a PSC Induna because we felt
Yes.
that his presence will be felt. And Director, strategically, as a mediator, I withdrew from the process. I said I will come back later and do the counting of those employees who were
balloting
knocking
process.
off. Yes, who were knocking off later. So I left them, PSC Induna and Harun, to deal with that issue. So when I came back, I don't know how they dealt with it. They never gave me feedback. All they knew is that the AMCU group voted overwhelmingly for the strike.
Yes.
I don't know where you got the figures. Yes, so the danger allowance would have worked there. Yes. So we were counting at 12 midnight, counting the numbers of the employees who voted for and against the strike. So that is the highlight. The other issue perhaps that happened in that process was that when we were working with Mo on the first day of the now Section 150 after 70 days of strike, parties did not want to give an inch. We looked at each other and said, Mo, we're not going to make any progress here, but let's focus the parties. We took a very unpopular decision. It is not easy as a mediator to make a mediator's proposal, because at times, once it's rejected, then you must walk away. There's nothing left for you. So in that case, we realized that we are not going to get the parties to focus and make any meaningful contribution to the process unless we put forward a mediator's proposal. And we look at each other and said, what is reasonable? The union went out on 1,000 rand for 3 years.
I remember, yeah.
The employer is at 750 for 3 years. We tried to engage the leadership of the union on a side caucus. They refuse. They say, if you want to speak to us, come and speak to the masses.
That's when the fun began.
That's when the fun began. So we went there, and I must tell you something very unique about this team is that we know each other's strength. So we will never go into a process not knowing who's going to say what on what aspect. So there's a time where you take a back seat and you allow your colleague to run with the process. During that period, when you are sitting there, you are not speaking, but you are observing the reaction from everyone in the room. And from that reaction, when you go out as colleagues and have your caucus, that's when you discuss, is there a potential for a settlement? And if you feel that there is no potential, you change tact. That is the flexibility that is required in your team. That you change tack and you speak about, and you say, okay, now we're going to do this, which is totally different to what we had initially planned. So those were the highlights, perhaps.
Thank you.
And there was one thing, Director, you were present. I'm sure you'll talk about
Share with them the almost falling on the floor moment.
I'm standing in front. Look at me. I'm physically present. Look at me. I'll even put down the mic. I'm physically present. I'm standing there on a slide, and I'm presenting to Labour, and I'm saying, can you consider this? Can you? And one official, I can't mention his name.
No, don't. No.
Yeah, he latched on me. And director was present. He really went for me. I kept quiet. I stood there for about 5 minutes.
He almost fell on the floor.
He was just going, non-stop. But you see, one thing that you need to understand, it's the frustration. Workers are out on strike. It's it's
They're
3
hungry.
months almost. And you are coming here telling him a story that he doesn't want to hear. And he's under severe pressure. So he really went for me. And I think that was not the first time, Mo.
Yeah.
There was a time where me and Mo, we were lambasted. And we actually said we are withdrawing. We phoned the director.
Yeah.
It was around 7. We said, no, director, we're not going to take this these insults. We are withdrawing from this
was
process.
bad.
And at that point, all of them, actually the 2 labor formations that were there, they were just going on at us like nobody's business. And we thought, no, it's not worth it. And we said we are actually withdrawing. The minister was sitting in another room. They said, call the minister for us. We called the minister, and when the minister went there, they apologized. Yes, they apologized to the minister for insulting us. When the minister was not there. And they said, Minister, please ask them to stay on. We want them to remain as facilitators. This was after chasing us away 5 minutes ago. We thought about it and we said, okay, we will stay on. And to be honest with you, we didn't say that immediately because that was going to make them happy that they insulted us. We said, we'll think about it. Let's see tomorrow how it looks like. We left them. And when they saw us walking in the next day, they were so excited. It was strange, but you understand as a mediator that these parties are under pressure. All of them. You go to the employer, you get the same. You go to the union, you get the same experience. But it was worse when I was attacked in front of my director.
Yeah.
Come again? I was expecting protection.
I did.
And eventually he came in and said no. Huh? But yeah, it was harsh, very harsh.
It was very harsh.
It was very harsh.
Very harsh.
The words that were used there.
Yeah, no, I won't repeat them here.
Yes, but I never held it against him because for me, I understood where he was coming from. Yes, but at some point we had a discussion with him and he apologized and we move on. So that is what we deal with on a daily basis.
No, thank you.
The one case maybe that is the SABC. The SABC, I'm touching it, it's a case that happened a long time ago for one reason. I walk into the SABC, I'm there to conciliate. And when I walk in, I engage with the parties for a few minutes and the employer says to me, I don't have a mandate to settle. I say, so why am I here? He says to me, Commissioner, find a way to tell labor you can't issue a certificate. I said, are you instructing me now? He said, no, it's the chairperson of the board who said, I must tell you not to issue a certificate. I said, well, I am instructed by the Labor Relations Act, and the Labor Relations Act is clear to say if the dispute is not resolved, I must issue a certificate. So I took out my certificate and I started writing it. Because what I wanted to avoid is a situation where the employer feels empowered to tell a commissioner not to do his work. And also the impact that this will have on labor itself, because labor will feel that it's useless to call the CCMA. We may just sit with the employer. So I issued the certificate. At that time, there was no need for picketing rules. So I just issued the certificate and I left. Yes. So those were the ones. I think my other colleagues will talk about PADCO because we were together from the start. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me hand over to also touch on the part, the agreement part, when in the conversation, when all else was done, and when it was time for signing, solidarity showed up, and there was disagreement now in terms of the agreement. Almost all things started almost afresh. But over to you.
Thanks, Director. Good day, colleagues. My name is Duduzile Madubanya. I'm a part-time commissioner at the Johannesburg office and have been for the last 12 years now. I got interested in mediation. I think I'm not from the union side. I think I was born a commissioner. Because from my first days of employment, I've been with the Bargaining Council, then next to the for public service, then to the Chemical Bargaining Council, and then I ended up at the CCMA. So I have never worked for an employer or a union. Hence, I say I was born a commissioner. And I think that is one of my advantages in respect of the work that I do. I've been involved in collective bargaining from the chemical bargaining space. As an employee of the Bargaining Council, head of dispute resolution, I was tasked to make sure that the engagement during the negotiations with the respective commissioners that were appointed was flowing smoothly without any issues or any hiccups. So I got to walk around in each and every, because they have about 5 sectors. So I got to work with different commissioners in each and every one of those sectors. I noticed their styles, the different ways in which they were conducting the processes, that would later culminate into agreements, or in some instances, non-agreement, and then I would be able to identify the areas where there were lacks, perhaps, and what could have been done differently to perhaps maybe achieve resolutions. And that, I think, is what then instilled in me and pushed in me that this is the field that I want to explore. And unbeknownst to me, I realized that there were not a lot of females in this space. I mean, at national level, we only have 3 commissioners that are dealing with these matters. So this is an area that I decided I'm going to go into it, and I'm going to give it my all. And it turned out to be one of the areas that I have excelled in. I take pride in saying that, because it's especially as a woman coming and standing before, we know, with especially in the mining industry. So I managed to carve, or maybe it's how the CCMA was scheduling me before when I was full-time, that I managed to do a lot of mining houses. So I'll be able to stand in front of men, because mining is mainly men, and be able to get them to sit around the table and reach an agreement. And that, for me, I think at the end of the process, the satisfaction that I got from it is what would then drive me to do better, to make sure that we find a way in which we manage to get people around the table and remind them that at the end of the day, it's not me who decides. The decision is with you. I just help you get to that decision. It's a question of how do we get there? Is it faster, or the longer route, or the painful route at times, as reflected in one of these matters for the Sibanye one, where employees had to be out of jobs for 70 days. So that impact was quite significant. But I think for me, I'll just reflect on the highlights, on some of the matters that I have done, Lone Main being one of them, where we had post-Marikana. We signed a 3-year deal, and I got the recognition for it from the director. The subsequent years, what happened was I then did the Impala Platinum. We also reached an agreement. So at the signing ceremony, we had all the other platinum houses there. And I spoke to the lady from, I think she's the executive for HR at Anglo. I told her that I have now signed 3-year agreements with 2 platinum houses. I'm only left with yours. And the following year, I was called to facilitate their wages. And in that one, the Anglo-American, we sat for 5 sittings. We had negotiations with 4 unions. We met in 4 sittings. On the 5th sitting, we were signing a 5-year agreement. That for me was the highlight. And we need to give credit to the work that went before. And this is where pre-bargaining comes in. Because before we started with the negotiations, there was an RBO that was held. There were targets that were given, that were incentivizing employees, as well as the union leaders, to say why they should reach an agreement sooner rather than later. Hence, that was achieved. So the work that we would encourage that it be done before negotiations is quite significant because of the impact that it would have on the negotiations themselves. So that was the achievement that I would highlight. So, and that set the tone for the platinum sector, because following from there, the other platinum houses also signed 5-year agreements. So that creates a meaningful stability within the platinum sector, where it gives them an opportunity to reflect and look at other things. Other things would be issues that are parked, where we then, with the post-bargaining, will address those issues, assist the parties to say, how do we deal with these issues that we had parked and put aside to say we'll come back to, so that when the next round starts, they are not issues that are under the carpet that we now need to handle over before we can start with the actual negotiations. So the importance of post-bargaining as well comes in to show that we don't just leave the parties after an agreement. We need to see it to finality. The director touched on it yesterday to say follow through, be able to see the matter to finish and make sure that what you had started, that award that you had issued is now being implemented. So that's our follow through where we try and assist, because the follow through will become the beginning of the new round of negotiations. So that is the importance of post-bargaining. The other issues that or other highlights that I could maybe reflect on is the PADCO matter. My colleagues have touched much on Sibanye. I think the one aspect maybe that I would go to in respect of Sibanye would be the moment when we had to sit in and make calls to the CEOs and the COO. It was quite a very difficult process. It was challenging because we were all seated there as commissioners. We had to, because the team from Sibanye that were there, they felt we needed to speak to the COO for us to be able to convince them. Those calls were not pleasant calls, but we made them. We made those calls and we managed through the difficult engagements that we were having. At one point, and this is what my colleague has touched on, I was thinking this is the time where we actually have to withdraw. And because of our strength that we know, one colleague will then say to me, wait a bit, let's just give it a minute. And the other one will come in when I'm now taking a breather. The other colleague takes on and leads the process. So that twinning or us working together is quite crucial, it's very important, it's essential for the work that we do. Because you can't be facing parties just on your own. Can you imagine the pressure that you would have in that instance where you now have no one to caucus with? You have no one who, when the heat is coming, to then deflect. And so we do allow for the heat to come. And I understand sometimes why the director would not even be able to protect us. Because we need to let them have the moment and let the frustrations out. We understand what they're going through. We have developed thick skin. We take it as on the chin and move on because we know that it's not personal. So at times, it sometimes may feel personal, but we don't take it personal. The minute we're out of that process, we have moved on because we know what is important in respect of allowing for parties to vent out, take out that frustration so that they are able to perhaps maybe think clearer. So those instances are such that we allow each other that space where we had to make the calls and make sure that the other colleagues come in to assist. When one is feeling that this is the time where we have to withdraw, the other one regains the strength and says, no, we are pushing on, we are forging ahead, there will be an agreement. And that drive is one that actually pushes us to carry on and work irrespective of the hours. The agreement, at the moment when you call the director at 2:30 and say, we have a deal, the feeling that overcame us, it's none I can describe. No words can ever describe that feeling because when you look at the impact that it has, the pride that you feel within you, it's so rewarding. It makes me, it reminds me why I do this. Quite fulfilling. So I think it's one that I would want for my colleagues to feel. Ladies, do the right thing. So this is where I would say, I would want for you to feel the same. Touching on that, where we don't even consider the times that we are called to do this work. I remember with PADCO, we were called on a Sunday. And the dynamics with PADCO was that we didn't have a live dispute. I think it's something that maybe we might have overlooked. We didn't have a live dispute. The matter was at the labor court where an exemption ruling was challenged. because there was a bargaining council process, there was a ruling, exemption ruling that was issued, it was challenged, and then it went through the appeals process. Now it's at the labor court. The employees are frustrated, and they went out on an unprotected strike. We had to come in with what we had termed a 150. But if we are to be legalistic about it, it wouldn't be. And this is where sometimes in as much as we are guided by the principles within the Labor Relations Act, with this kind of matters, the first point is to try and see, can we resolve it? Okay, I know there might be an issue around jurisdiction, but can we resolve it? So that's where we would start. We would obviously caution the parties and say whether the area is one where we have jurisdiction or not. But the effort to try and see if we can resolve it goes in. We put in the effort and we make sure that we do and give it our best. So with PATCO, it was one of those where we had known there were fatalities, people were, it was quite violent industrial action. With the issue around the dynamics, after we've now seen the media, 105 employees are going to be dismissed. We're now facing them tomorrow and we need to craft a settlement, convince them why they need to resolve. The obvious thing would be for the unions, because they're thinking, there's 105 employees' jobs at stake. So how do we resolve without them? This was their issue. We had to craft ways in which we had to include the issue around the discipline, because the employer was very adamant that he would not let the issue of discipline go. And this is where, as commissioners, that we then have to become creative on how to balance upholding the rule of law by not allowing lawlessness in this industrial action, but also to make sure that we do, at the end, finalize and resolve that strike. So we had to be creative and come up with a settlement that said it gave the employees another opportunity to try and appeal the decisions that were taken in dismissing them, because the employer had already dismissed some of those employees. So that was a process that we at least came up with that both parties had to agree to. The involvement of the union leadership at that point is one that we would have to relook at and see whether does it bring the assistance that we are expecting, or can it be sometimes obstructive? But ultimately, in its own challenges, we were able to reach an agreement, and employees got what they were fighting for, and we at least met each other halfway with the employer's view on upholding the rule of discipline and making sure that those employees are given another bite at the cherry to try and give reasons why they should not be dismissed. The last one that I'll refer on, and maybe with my colleague had shared his experience with SABC. I've had my experience with SABC this year. I got the same attitude. But what I did, the opposite for me was, I didn't issue a certificate. There was a time, this time around, it was actually the unions that were asking for the certificate. And with the amendments, I had to then make sure that there are picketing rules in place. And that is something, I mean, we started with the dispute in September. And one that we actually held virtually. Those are now the dynamics that we now have to adapt to, because this is now the new way of doing things, the new working arrangements where we have to mediate. It's difficult because we would want to have a feel of the parties, we would want to see the parties, we would want to see their reaction when they present each other's position, because that's where in between you're able to read between the lines, you're able to see where would the settlement be. So in the absence of that online, it's a challenging one, but we managed to do it. We were not able to resolve it at the time. The unions asked for a certificate. I ask that we deal with picketing rules and engage the parties further. And each time I remind them, we are still available to try, and we can still go back and continue with the engagement. The employer was very firm on their position, and I think it's the issue that's been raised, the concern around the SOEs in respect of the view that is being presented out there with the challenges that they have. This Tuesday, I delayed in giving the certificate. It's part of the tactics that we use where necessary, where you engage parties and you feel and view that this matter could be resolved. It just needs an element of time. And on Tuesday, I got the call. The parties have signed an agreement. So that would wrap up my highlights.
You must remember, commissioners, that when I'm called upon to engage and assist our commissioners when they go through really difficult times sometimes, I have the privilege of having the federations and business at the CCMA. That's the first and the most important advantage I have. Because at that time when they're involved in the battlefield, I then from time to time have to make a call, and I have always done that. I'll call and say, Kaiser, I have a problem here, and this is the situation. What can you advise me on? While they're busy in the battlefield. I then called General Secretary at the time, Comrade Begi, and I said, Pagania, you know, Sibanye is collapsing. People are sitting at the union building, and here are the differences, and here are my challenges. And this is where we are. From organized labor point of view, what do I do now? And I get that. When I get a call from Comrade Rivda saying, well, this is where we are now with this. This is the position. These are the challenges. And please be careful of the following. And then good luck. Right? And I'm just using that as examples because that's what leadership and engagement and protection means here. With extra information, with more research, and having a ground feel of what's happening, then I'm able to come back to commissioners and say, guys, that direction, we have to change that. Because now I've got, remember, the important thing, you've got to balance the interests of the employer and the employee as you do that, but you must manage the dynamics as they happen, right? And that's why I feel that that's the comfort that we have. The team is bigger than that. That's why we've got the federations, especially the general secretaries and business and government sitting there, because I can engage and be able to support the team in the interest of labor peace and everything else in terms of the LRI, right? Now let's switch to Transnet. Berlin, you heard the story of the commissioners on the other side, and Transnet has its own story on your side. Over to you, of course, being mindful of time as well.
Okay. Colleagues, are you still with us?
Are you still there?
Amanda! Amanda! Viva CCMA!
Hey, this
Colleagues.
CCMA, it's Manda's problem to start
Yeah.
this thing.
Colleagues, those are the revolutionary greetings that greets us when we arrive at a strike situation. Okay? They're happy to see the CCMA. It's Viva CCMA. The CCMA is here to sort out our problem. Now, they've been on strike for weeks and months and 70 days, like Mo said. But the moment you go there as the CCMA, they believe that you are the manna from heaven. You are there to sort out their problems. You've got every answer for them. Okay? So that's what we get faced with, colleagues, and it's positive. Positive energy from the workers that have been out there on the picket line for weeks and months. But they still recognize us. So, colleague, who am I, what am I? My name is Berlin Niger. I'm a part-time senior commissioner based at the KZN office. And Director, I just want to say to you that I should have also got 25 years last night.
Oh, you're lodging a grievance now.
Okay, we were amongst the first batch of commissioners at the CCMA back in '96. But I didn't meet certain conditions in the qualification criteria. Okay, I have broken service. Joined the CCMA in 96. I left them in 98. I became the group employee relations manager for Nestle, Southeast Africa region. I worked in 19 countries in the Southeast Africa region. Then came back to the CCMA. Left them again, came back to them, left them again, came back to them. So, colleagues, I'm the prodigal son of the CCMA.
You can't.
Okay, as my senior commissioner, Boitumelo Mokoena, indicated earlier on, the collective bargaining department has two legs to it. One is the wage negotiations that we intervene in, and the other is the employment saving unit that forms a big part of the collective bargaining department as well. Both departments, very, very important role in keeping the economy of the country going. Colleagues, one of my highlights in employment saving unit, I think it was back in 2008 when I had just returned to the CCMA as well. I got involved in the closure of the Dunlop factory in Durban. You know your Dunlop tires? So they closed down, they ceased operations in Durban. But what we were able to do, colleagues, is that we negotiated with the employer. Whenever there's large-scale retrenchments involved, we negotiate a benefit with the employer that the employer must contribute to the retraining of these displaced workers so that their skills could become portable and they could be trained in other sectors of the economy. Colleagues, we managed to get a contribution from the employer of 20 million rands. We got Dunlop South Africa to pay 20 million rands into a training fund to retrain these displaced workers. Unfortunately, what happened with the 20 million rands thereafter, I'm not going to comment on, but we did that for those workers. It was a CCMA that said that, look, workers displaced, every single worker that's displaced represents a family. And that family has a minimum of 5 people. So there's 5 others that are going hungry to bed at night without our intervention. If we intervene, we help save jobs. Then I got involved in the SAA matter as well. Now the SAA matter was a difficult one to deal with. Here was a company that was in business rescue. When we first got involved in the SAA matter, they were already in business rescue, but we had to intervene in a wage strike. First, our first intervention at SAA, whilst they were still in business rescue, we had to intervene in a wage strike. Now, it has significance, I say that, colleagues, because it has a certain significance, in that there is a new trend developing in collective bargaining now. Your private sector has its own dynamics, and your public sector has a different set of dynamics, your SOEs. In that, I don't know how this has happened, but workers in the public sector believe that government has a never-ending pot of, or a bottomless pit of money to be able to pay a wage increase. Now, I just heard this morning when I got up, I put on the TV, and I've seen at Mfuleni municipality, the sheriff of court was there repossessing all the council vehicles. So that means that municipality is technically bankrupt. It cannot pay. But nothing will stop those workers from going on a strike for their wage increase. In the private sector, all you do is show your balance sheet, you've made a loss, and you get a wage freeze that comes with that. In the public sector, that doesn't happen. They want that increase. Now, that's the dilemma that we face as the CCMA colleagues, leading up to the Transnet matter. You know, in terms of treasury rules, you're only allowed gearing up to 50% of your turnover. Transnet makes an annual turnover of 68 billion rand. Your gearing is what money you can borrow against your income. Okay? Transnet's income is 68 billion rands per annum. They are geared up to 128 billion rand. They've borrowed much more than they will make in 2 years in income. And faced with that, colleagues, there was a strike for wages. Why? Workers knew this. It's publicized. Transnet is a public company, so their financial results are publicized in the commercial media. Workers knew this. Workers knew about the Zondo Commission. Workers knew about the Gupta's involvement at Transnet. We dealt with all that. We dealt with the Zondo Commission issues as well. Okay? But they were still on strike for a wage increase. Transnet employs 51,267 workers with an annual turnover of about 68 billion and a gearing up to 128 billion. Transnet is a very highly unionized work environment. About 80% of this 51,000 workers are unionized between two unions, either UNTU or Satao. And then we've got other unions wanting to come in like NUMSA. If you had seen during the strike, it was on TV every day. NUMSA was commenting about the strike. And they weren't even at the negotiations table. So how are they commenting about the strike every day? Okay, they have an interest in, they would like to have an interest at Transnet. So we get involved at this stage, colleagues. The strike has already been on for 6 days. Strike started on the 15th. No, it lasted for 15 days, sorry. We got involved on the 10th of November. The strike had already been on for 6 days. Bit of dynamics there as well. In that, there are two unions that are recognized by Transnet, UNTU and Satao. UNTU, and I see the GS is shaking her head there.
Yeah, she knows why we do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Her union.
Yeah, we spoke about it, so.
Yeah. Okay, UNTU had already been on strike, but UNTU's membership is traditionally the more senior members, workers at the company. Then Satau represented a different level of membership as well. Now, the dispute between the parties had been conciliated at the Transnet Bargaining Council. They reached deadlock, a certificate was issued. Now, again, Director, there's some lessons there that we learn as well.
Yes.
If that had been at the CCMA, no certificate would have been issued without picketing rules. But there was a certificate that was issued with no picketing rules. Okay? Now, Transnet ran to the labor court to interdict the strike and said, no, it's an illegal strike because there's no picketing rules. Now, you and I know from later judgments that they had no chance with that case. So we got there, my colleague Malasela Mabuya and myself, and we were faced with the demand from the employer that, look, we're not prepared to talk unless they return to work because they're on an illegal strike. And if they don't return to work, we're going to issue an ultimatum that if they don't return to work, they will face dismissal. So we had to deal with that issue first. We went there to assist the parties to settle the wage dispute. But we got involved, dragged into the picketing rules. So on the first day, Malasela and I, we engaged with the parties, and at about 1:30 the next morning, we got agreement on the picketing rules. We got them to sign the picketing rules. We first had to determine essential services, minimum levels of service, maintenance service, and so forth. We identified all of those, and then we got them to agree on the picketing rules, and both parties, or shall I say all parties, signed. We then thereafter engaged on the wage dispute. Colleagues, I'm not going to give you the full details because of time, but we went through for about 3 days, engaging the parties to and fro, and we realized that, look, for Transnet to make any move, Treasury had to say yay or nay. Treasury has got no money. The midterm budget was already announced. The minister already announced what the increase is going to be. So against that announcement from cabinet level, what the increase is going to be, we had to then, develop some strategies that got Transnet to move. Because it was cast in stone what the increase would be, 3%. That's what the Minister of Finance announced, 3% increase. But eventually, colleagues, after much toing and froing between the parties, there was no movement. We realized that parties were not going to move for different reasons, ideological reasons, expectations, or this is government. We eventually then decided between my colleague and I that we're facilitating that, look, man, let's try a new strategy here. We split the parties, we took them into different rooms, and we had to get buy-in from them first as well. So we said to them that, look, you guys are not prepared to make any commitments or any movements on your positions on the across-the-board increase. Can we make suggestions to you? So they said, Commissioner, talk to us. Transnet was very open. We gave them a proposal on a 3-year wage agreement. The first question we got back is, will they buy it? Meaning labor. We said, that's our role. You leave that to us. I'm not going to give you an answer. I'm not going to commit that they will buy it. But that's my role. That's why I'm here as a commissioner. I will take care of labor. So they said, Commissioner, they made a few phone calls. They phoned a few ministers. They obviously phoned the Minister of Finance as well. And they came back and they said, okay, go ahead. We then went to labor. And we said to labor, look, you're in a deep hole here. You've been out now for 15 days. There is no movement from the employer. Based on your fixed position that you have. So I want you to move your position. So they said, Commissioner, but we have no mandate. I said, I want you to move your position and I'm going to make a proposal to you. So we made the proposal to them and we said to them that I'm giving you till tomorrow morning. Call your leadership. Make a few phone calls, because in negotiations, when you get involved in these things, colleagues, you will learn. It's not the main spokesperson at the front of the table that's making the decision. It's some shop steward sitting far in the corner who's the most powerful person in that negotiation. So we said to them, make your phone calls. So they phoned throughout the night. Next morning, it was a Saturday morning, I think it was, Untu called me and said, Commissioner, can we meet? I said, yes, we're available 24 hours a day, we're on standby for you. So we met them, we met electronic online with Untu on Saturday. I then went back to Satau and I said to Satau, you know what? Untu is prepared to sign. What's your position? No, Commissioner, we can't sell out. I said, then you've got a problem. Because Untu wants to come back to work tonight. Saturday night shift, 6 o'clock. They want to return to work. And I encourage them to do so. I'm not going to hide that fact. I encourage them to do so. Come back to work Saturday night at 6 o'clock. They did. The crane started operating. Okay? Transnet is a very strategic industry, colleague. It controls all our lives sitting in this room. If you want to cook, you cannot cook in your house without Transnet working. Because that cooking oil that you use, it's important. Transnet's got to be working for you to get that oil. Your food, your ingredients, everything, fuel, you name it, our lives depend on Transnet. And the country was suffering as well, and they were making major losses. You know, for a ship to sit outside Durban Harbour one day, it cost $35,000 a day. Transnet was being sued by those shipland operators. You pay us that. So we couldn't let the strike go on any further. I encourage Untu, you come back to work tonight. They came back. Next morning, they signed the agreement. Then Satawu says, no, we're not signing. I said, no problem. Untu came back to work 2 days later. Satawu says to us, you know what, we won't sign the agreement, but we'll come back to work.
All right.
Thank you, Derek.
Thank you very much. Mabuya, save me time if you can.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, members of Diplomatic Corps, friends, all protocol observed. For me, it's an emotional moment, and I'll share with you why. And I want to start by saying, yesterday, I was nothing, and today I'm something. I'm the commissioner of the CCMA. And this reminds me of the blind man from Jericho. When he was told that that guy gave magic is nothing, and he said, I was blind, and now I can see. I don't care what you say. Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, I never believe in my wildest dream that one day I will share the stage with professors, doctors, PSC, CSC, senior commissioners, and I'll tell you why. And today I'm here sharing the space with you. I'm a son of a domestic worker and a truck driver. And I'm from the family whereby we have never dreamed big because we have got limitations. My history is that I used to go to school walking more than 5 Ks barefooted, winter time without shoes. So that's why we've got some limitations. And if you came those years and said to me, Mabuya, you will be something, you'll be a commissioner, we're going to say, what are you smoking? Are you mixing your dacha or you? Because we've never believed in that. That's why if my mother could have been here with you in the delegation space and watch her son sharing the space with the professors, he was just going to cry. I don't have a doubt about that. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a former trade unionist. I'm a former NUMSA shop steward, Central Committee delegate, national NEC member, former deputy chairperson of Ekurhuleng NUMSA region, and former regional executive committee member of COSATU. In our time, for you to be elected as a shop steward, there's the criteria. And the criteria is you have to be brave, militant. Militant means ungabambi mshini. So I was also a negotiator in the metal industry. So I would like to apologize to all commissioners and my colleagues who have been exposed to the attack by union office. That's my teaching. Because I was just like that. Hard bargaining. Disarm the commissioner, confuse the commissioner for you to get what you want. I'm apologizing, ladies and gentlemen. That's my teaching. And this thing, Mandlengo, this thing of, in our time, you know, when we go to negotiate in a case, we must have something. Say, my daughter, we use something for you to sleep in the process. and please don't ever undermine African strategies. This is African strategy. We use that. I was there. Malesela Mabuya, the commissioner. And remember, I was also a soccer player. My nickname was Pro. It's not because I studied Pro. Then I was dribbling wizard. I don't know whether I used my skills in collective bargaining mediation. Malesela Mabuya, the commissioner. You know, I remember I was discussing the role of a commissioner with one of my colleagues in Johannesburg, where I'm based, and he says to me, Malesela, do you know that you have to respect this role as a commissioner? Because God told me, because God trusted you. You know what? I say, why? He said, no, these people who are coming before you, that giving evidence under oath, and they are saying, so help me God. Mm. And he said, you know that you represent God. I say, Muzi. I never thought about that. He said, so help me God. Then you must take your role very, very seriously, comrade, gentlemen, commissioners. Because there's nowhere else where a person will talk to you that I want to tell you the truth. And you have to call God. No. Our role, the role that we are doing at mediation, let me tell you, jurisdiction. No one has jurisdiction to deal with the case that we are doing except us. You can't call the Pope and say, Pope, we are going can you intervene in section 1? No, it doesn't have jurisdiction. You can't call the president of the country and say, President, please intervene. You can't call the prophets. No, fire. No, you can't do that. You need a commissioner to go and intervene in this kind of cases. Transnet, let's start with Transnet. And my colleague Nega deal with the practical part and substance. And I'm going to deal with the emotional part of it. I received a call, it was 5:20 from Senior Commissioner with Dumelo. And he phoned, he said, Uncle. I say, hello. And he said, are you okay? I say, yes. And why? He said, you've been identified. You're going to be part of the team that conciliate Transnet. Immediately, as a seasoned mediator, I'd start to profile the parties. I said, who are the players? He said, Untu and Satau. And I told you that, no, it's in the bag. And I say, I'll tell you the reason. Satau culture and tradition is more militant. And Untu, as I know the unions, the tradition is that they can't stay in the strike. I told you. I stayed in the back. But I think I was consoling myself, Senior Commissioner. Because countdown started. And now you see the TV. Now you see the pressure. And on the day going to the mediation meeting, I want to be honest, I start to feel the pressure. My body then become hot. I say, no, there's a problem here. Then the only thing is, how are we going to introduce ourselves? I arrived before Billy, and I met Minister Mdladana there. We engaged, and we have to start the process. And the strategies that I use is from the union, because you must get that acceptance, that confidence, that belief, that they must believe the union. And when I enter, I said, you know what, Comrade Beggy, there's a song that we sung during the struggle. We say, Amapo is a zonda tina makabaneza inzondo. And these people were looking, and there's a Kandu commission, as lezendo. No, we will come from there. That's the strategy. Then my colleagues have dealt with the part of the picketing rules. But sometimes this kind of processes, you've got the devil. I don't know how to get. As we are finalizing the picketing rules, colleagues, then Satau colleagues comrades receive an email from one of the managers. We're dealing with the essential service and who's going to participate. The email says, no, security from one division, they're not allowed to strike. They don't have to go and strike. Whoa. And you say, wow. Ish. You know this thing of ASAN, this is ASAN. Because Satao says they must apologize. You are not moving. We're not dealing with people. They must apologize. At the end of the day, they apologize. But then let's talk to the processes. You know, at that by mediation, you have got TVs all over. So each and every second, when you break for a caucus, you see the people at the picking lines. You know the problem that with that strike is that you have got external and internal factors. The external is that now you have seen people who are picketing lines who are from political origin. The Communist Party were on the picketing line, and other political formations the picketing lines. And what they were doing, they were not thinking forward, they were thinking backward, because for them, they will achieve. But we also have the problem with what we call a present-absent negotiator. And I think I'll tell you who's that. Is that person who's somewhere, who's not in the kitchen, who's not feeling the heat, but he's the decision maker, or she's the decision maker. In the Transnet case, you have got somebody who was sitting somewhere who said to those people that you don't move beyond this, and please, you don't have to phone me. And it's emotional because when I engage, these people, they are saying this, nobody must phone them. They are given me not to phone back. And they said to us, Commissioner, if we phone, we're going to be dismissed, and we're going to refer the matter to the CCMA. And you might agree with them because that's the instruction. We said, but we managed to persuade them that, guys, do you see the impact of Transnet? Because this is the economic heart of the country. It affects both international market. Nothing can move without Transnet. And as a result, the economy will collapse because of your conduct. At that, the report was saying each and every day, they're counting 8 billion per day. We're talking about all companies, 8 billion per day. We engage at emotional, we engage with them. And what I like about the emotional part is that when we come to the Commissioner's proposal, Berlin says, Malisela, I think this matter will be settled at 6%. Let's go. Let them give us 6%. We went to them, and then we say 6%, we'll do it. And they say, no, but Commissioner, we told you can't move beyond 6%. And remember, when we removed to go back and say they can get 4.5, 5.5, we refused. And we say, no, give us 6%. We will sell it. We'll do it, this will do. And then they say, okay, they phone, they say, but somebody says, where does this Commissioner 6%? What informed their position? And they dealt with that among themselves, an internal family problem. And we went to labor. You know when we went to labor, it's not done until it is signed. Because when we went to labor, Satao promised us that, guys, this 6% is reasonable, at least it's done, we'll know how to deal with it. We say, no, we have done because the military union have to resolve it. Untu says that we can, however, we have to go to our members. And on Sunday, the emotional part is that now you put the Commissioner's proposal. And on Sunday, when I wake up, I don't know where I was. I said, where I am? Because, you know, this is taking toll of me. And I realized, oh, I'm still in Alberton, I'm not home in Limpopo. And I said, I've got a problem. What's the problem? Oh, the problem is the Transnet issue. Then I switched on the TV. At the bottom there, they said labor rejected the offer. Oh, Isan. Then I can't eat. And I drove all over Israel up to Rondebel, you know, Rondebel, Ndona, and I phoned Nega, Ishman, how are you? I'm a seller. I think not into sign tomorrow. I said, oh, cool. Because I'm an African boy, then I've got an appetite of pap and fleas, landu. I went back and ate my pap and fleas. And on Monday, we received the agreement. I said, wow, you know what the song that I like when the matter is settled? Hallelujah, nkateko, Jesu na matimba, na glory. I'm happy, you know, when things are down. Remember the song that I sing when I enter to persuade the party is a revolution song. When I settle, it's a gospel song. Let me take you to two highlights, and I want to pick this one because strategic with that one I'm put is pick it up. I do it deliberately. There were no big stories, but the reason why I pick it up because I was with the director, and he will agree to do it. That is my product. Are you my product? Pick it up. There was nothing but politics. Nothing but politics. I'll just pick it up. There was nothing but politics. Because at pick it up, what it was established as no, there was an agreement from the employer that was drafted, were given to SAMU, and then somewhere, somehow, for political reasons, they say, well, no, you didn't have a mandate to give this, this proposal. And strategically, they dismissed the manager. The new team now came in the fall. We engaged with the director. Strategically, strategic, I wanted to use this fiscal strength. I said, director, you set the scene. Go there and present. Because people respect authority. Let's be honest. The director is there. He opened and he said, Malsa, take it, deal with that. But we have an agreement, comrade. We have an agreement, commissioner. And then we're supposed to sign. And there come the problem now. The labor must agree that because there were issues that were deferred to subcommittees, they must agree that they won't strike if they don't agree on those issues. Oh, another problem. And then what we do, we summoned to the Gauteng legislature.
Yeah, we went there. Yeah.
When we arrived there, we have to persuade your comrades that we know. Some of them, comrades, they were communists. And we were sitting there with the director. One of these members who was a communist, not knowing our background, he was saying, you know what? We cannot sign this kind of without that clause. We need a protection. Because some political parties are going to attack us in legislation of what we do, what we did. And I say, but you are a communist, isn't it? Do you know where the clause right to strike came from? He said, no, this strike is as a result of the communists and trade unions. So you can't sit in the parliament and say to us now that workers' right must be suspended because the political parties, the other parties, opposition party will deal with it. These are your constituency. Good news is that I think we never even considered. They disappear. And the next we say that tomorrow there will be a press conference. We are going to sign. And we called a press conference and we signed. It was Sunday. And the director, we went in the restaurant and he said, Malesela, you can have what you want. A petty boy from Limpopo. And I ordered pap and mutton. You know how much that this cost? It was 59 rand. Because I don't know other stuff before. No, fine. That's fine. And I drove back home and I sing my song. Hallelujah, Kateko. Jesu namatimba. Sealed. Then post office. I want to do post office. You know, post office, our celebrator, must be honest, because most of the shop stewards who were there come from where I come from in the Mokamole area. And when they saw me to facilitate, they know me as professor, pro in the football. I play with them football. I went with them at school, and we did everything almost together. And once they hear that pro is going to facilitate this process, that they say it's one of our own. And they were so happy. And now we were there dealing with the process. And two of the delegates from Communication Union were together at Constitutional Provincial Committee. We're sitting together there. But what happened at POSO is that it is not done until something is put on paper.
Yes.
That one you must know.
No, thank
it
you.
is not done until
it's done.
Until it's signed. I know that I'm a Chiefs fan in Kosinkhona.
Okay, that's the end of the submission.
Thank you.
Until after the disclosure. Thank you, Malesela. Comrade Beg, I think this is where it should end. It was going well until, you know, he was doing so well, Chairperson. Now we spoiled the whole thing. Yeah, I need to wrap up. Yeah, no, thank you very much. Colleagues, The bottom line of the whole story told by your commissioners is a positive story. The one thing, please underline, there are different factors that influences the resolution of a dispute. That's the bottom line, right? I just want you to take the whole bag. Don't pick on things there. Just the whole package of all of those things, what plays a role. But before we close, there are a few just questions that I need to ask the panelists. The one question, Commissioner Mo, I want to ask this question. Now, how important is it that parties should have confidence in the commissioner to resolve a dispute? Just briefly.
Sorry, I believe it's director.
Yeah.
We have a quick announcement to make for East London and George. The bus is leaving at 1:15. So
Okay, sure.
if they can, you can take your lunch now so that you don't leave on an empty stomach.
Just quietly, yeah. Let's just make sure that we finish on time, we cover the key ones. Just very briefly, Mo, because this is very important. How important is it that parties should have confidence in a commissioner? Just briefly. Oh, it's working, huh?
Okay, thank you very much. No, look, I think that's a very important thing. If there's no confidence in the commissioner, you're not going to get anywhere. Remember, especially in the type of disputes we deal with, they've already dug themselves into a hole or a corner. They're looking to you for a way out. If they've got no confidence in you, no matter what you suggest, in fact, you can put them the best deal on the table. If there's no confidence in you, there's no deal. All right, but remember that confidence does not come automatically. All right, you got to build that confidence. You got to show the parties that. You got to be confident yourself, firstly, to deal with the matter as well. So confidence is absolutely, trust goes with that as well. You know, Ndu and I very quickly, when we were asked to leave the Sibanye negotiation, we were happy because we said, if they do not have confidence in us, if they do not have trust in us, we will get nowhere. But of course, that was just from one party who was expressing frustration. When they went out and reflected on what we did for them, they realized we got full confidence and trust in these commissioners. They'll bring us a deal.
Thank you very much. Now, Mdu, here's another part. How important is it for a commissioner to respect the parties that are before you?
Very, very important, Director. As I highlighted the SABC story, where SABC would have told me, issue the certificate and leave. And I would have issued the certificate and not issued the certificate. And the other party would have felt disrespected because obviously I am not taking them into consideration. And they are the parties that have referred the dispute to CCMA, saying, CCMA, come and help us. And I get there and the employer tells me what to do. So it was important for me to actually instill that confidence on the CCMA and the respect of the other party in the process, inside the process, not go outside and discuss with the party that, look, we can't issue the certificate for this. Unless there are legal reasons, I should issue the certificate to ensure that parties feel respected in their process.
The message is clear. Whether they insult you, whether they scream, whether they sing, whether they walk away, at no stage must you lose respect for the parties that you're trying to deal with. That's important.
And never respond.
And never respond and react in the same way.
Yes.
Because you are there for workers and the employer. Your job is to facilitate, to assist them to reach a solution. Don't take it personal. Develop a thick skin. Never lose respect for parties. Now, this is a very professional and a personal question I'm going to ask you. As a woman, particularly as a black woman, in negotiations, do you have any experience where that factor played against you in the negotiations?
This is, thanks, Director. This is a challenge that earlier on, when I started with collective bargaining, I used to meet up with quite a lot. Because you, as I said, especially within the mining industry, you find a lot of traditional men that are working there. When you come, they look at you, they're thinking you, a young girl like this, you get to even be addressed as Ntombazane. It gets to that level. But what you just asked my colleague now, it's the issue around the respect. When you humble yourself and you are respectful, it's difficult for the other party to be disrespectful and insulting. I command the respect in an instance that I don't diminish the parties. I give an indication of what my role is in that process, what value I'll be able to add to the parties, despite my gender, despite my age, despite my color, because that sometimes also plays a role. And I think I use that sometimes to an advantage that I understand the cultural ways in which traditional men would operate, and I use that to play it along. Because I don't have a point to prove. I just need to be there to do what I'm called to do, which I believe doing this work is a calling. When you have the passion for it, you look beyond some of these challenges that you have and find ways to say, how do I rise above this? So I think it's important that with the confidence that I have, it's important as a commissioner, especially as a female, that you have the confidence that you've got this, you are able to do this, you have the capacity, you have the drive, you have the passion. What you need to do is then bring your character back to say, how do I meet this person so that they see beyond how they see me? And I think over the years, I've earned the respect. With the mining industry specifically, they'll specifically ask for Duduzi Lemadubany, all the unions. So I think that says a lot in terms of the rapport that I've built with them, the respect that I've given them, despite some of the challenges earlier on how we started. So I think with that, it's a challenge we face. It's forever with us. With new parties that I stand before, there's still that element, but I rise above it. I realize what's more important for me to be able to deliver the work that I'm there for social justice.
And the whole process of negotiations is for the parties, not the CCMA, not the commissioner.
Yes.
The solution that you see called settlement, it's not a settlement of the commission, it's not a solution of the commissioner, it's a solution by parties that you assisted to reach that solution. What message, if any, and I know there is, what message can you give to all our female commissioners of all ages, colors? What message can you give them regarding participating in collective bargaining?
The message I'll give is that when you have the passion, when you have the drive and you are able to shut out the noise, because there'll always be the noise, because if we were to listen to the noise, we'll never amount to anything. Shut out the noise, listen to the ones that are talking to you positively and use that to push you to do better. With the reward that you get when parties sign an agreement, that feeling that I say I cannot put words to it, is one that keeps me going at this. And I would want for them to have that same feeling. It's a euphoric feeling, and you take with you for a while. That's why you would keep wanting to go back. That's why when there's another 150, you keep coming forward. Volunteering your time, volunteering that space that I'm going to stand before the parties. I might subject myself to being humiliated with these issues around being black and young and a female, but I will rise above that. I'll shut out the noise and do what I'm called to do, which is do my work and make sure that parties resolve the issue and for social justice at the end of the day. So I think we have it in us. Commissioner Bitumela did say earlier on to say, we have it in us as females that once you humble yourself and you are with the parties, you are able to achieve anything. You can persuade them, assist them, and make sure that they reach an agreement. So you have it in us, ladies. Please come join us.
Berlin, I have this question, a difficult question maybe, but with your experience and with the matters you've done, and I know that other commissioners will also have a comment if given an opportunity. During negotiations, and from time to time, even when we're doing the SAMU strike, you know, in the municipality a few years ago with Malisela, and Isibanye as well, and to a certain degree, you know, it does arise. When all else is done, and sometimes strikes are violent, sometimes there's misconduct that happens during an industrial action. Sometimes it happens that when a settlement is there, when you're about to sign, and then there's this demand that comes in, we are prepared to sign, provided the employer agrees that he will not discipline workers. Everything else is done, is agreed. But the workers say, we will sign provided no one will be disciplined. How serious is that demand? Has it happened that that factor blocks a settlement?
Thank you, Director. You leave the difficult ones for me, but I'll give an answer. Okay, colleagues, if all of you watch TV and you see the nature of our strikes in the country at the moment, they're violent. Every one of our strikes are now violent. And in every matter that we intervene in, we get that demand. It was there at Transnet. At Transnet, some of the senior union leadership, shop stewards in different provinces throughout the country were arrested and in jail whilst we were negotiating. They were already in jail, already arrested for violence and damaging Transnet property. So at one point, we were approached by Labour and said they must release our workers, then we'll continue. So in between the negotiations, that demand came up, and at the end of when we were ready to strike, then the demand came up where we must sacrifice the golden rule in a strike. The golden rule is no work, no pay. Any strike, no work, no pay. So Labour came up with the demand that yes, we've been on strike for 15 days. We don't want the employer to deduct our monies all in one go. Deduct it over 3 months. And that could have jeopardized the agreement. The discipline issue and the deductions for the no work, no pay. We had to mediate that with Labour. We had to try and get an approach from the employer that didn't show that he necessarily wanted to go after these workers. Because during a strike, emotions are high, tempers flare, people react to situation, but it's only for that moment in time. Yes, if you cause serious harm to vehicles, property, lives, and so forth, yes, there'll be consequences. But we have to get this in Labour, that let's return to the picket line in terms of the picketing rules, which is non-violent. And we keep on stressing that with Labour. Please, guys, the violence is going to cost you. It's coming a time where employers are taking cost orders against unions. So we have to use that, Director, and say to them that, look, you're going to get a cost order against you. So please refrain from violence. But where the demand is no discipline, then we'll sign. We have to use our skills to convince Labour. And we have to use our skills to try and water it down a bit with the employers as well. That look, certain cases we'll do that. Certain cases you do that. Your disciplinary code of conduct says this. But let's look at it within the framework of the strike. where emotions are different, Director.
Okay, thank you very much.
Can I add there quickly, Director? Very quickly on this one. We dealt with the tire matter this year, the National Tire Bargaining Council. It's a very informal type of bargaining council where they don't have formal structures and so forth. So they elect their own office bearers and so on. So one of the the chairperson of the bargaining council happened to be a shop steward of a tire company called Sumitomo. Sumitomo and the employers have been having an ongoing battle for years. Recently, there were deaths on both sides. Some employer HR people were killed. Some shop stewards were killed. What happened was eventually there was an investigation going on behind the scene. We got to negotiation. The person was there. He was the chief negotiator on behalf of the workers. Of course, the union officials were leading the negotiations. But what happened was that the employer picked up so much of information about this particular shop steward, the chairperson, that they suspended him immediately. So basically, we're sitting at the negotiations. The afternoon, we get, we close kind of right. We'll see you tomorrow morning. On the table there, the employer issues the shop steward with a notice of suspension. This is the chairperson of NUMSA. And he gets suspended during the course of the negotiations. Can you imagine what it does? Now, of course, we are in PE. And I got back into my hotel room, and then I get a call. Commissioner, there's trouble. Oh, what's going on? Okay. So I pulled the leadership together because I don't know where the other shop stewards are. So I just, a couple of guys from the Employers Association, pulled the union leadership. We had a discussion. And of course, I tried to get the guys to look, let's try and deal with this thing. It's going to break down. The information that I got from the employers, confidential, very damning information against this chairperson of the Shop Stewards Council. Basically, he was fingered in some very serious activity. I mean, I looked at this thing and I said, this is going to cause problems. So I pulled the union leadership aside. I said, unfortunately, the General Secretary was there, Jim. And I said, Jim, look at this stuff here. If you're going to open this thing up, this thing is going to fly on your face. Be very careful what you do here. But I gave him that information. Quickly, and this is all going on now in the evening, before the next day. All 9, 10 o'clock in the evening, I pull a meeting with Jim and the employer representative and said, and of course Sumitomo, the tire company, and said, you guys better deal with this thing quickly on your own. When Jim sat down with the employers and they presented this information, he immediately backed off because he said, the union will not support something like this because the information was very damning. However, guess what happened? The union squeezed the employer for another 0.5%. The deal was done.
Thank you very much, Mo, for that addition. Malisela, there's another more difficult question. I have to ask this. I'm asking this for our commissioners. I know we've run out of time. There's this, other than what Berlin dealt with and what Mo added, right? One of the challenges we had when we were engaging in Sibanye, I'll ask you 2 questions, but let's start with the first one. When there is a threat on whatever is agreed, when there's a threat that if we agree on this, we can assure you, a few months down the line, we will retrench because we can't afford what you're asking us to do. But if we settle, but we can guarantee you, we will initiate a Section 189. Is that a threat? Is it a proposal? Do we take the risk and say, you know what, agreed, we'll deal with 189 later? Or do we backtrack? Just briefly.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. It is not it is a threat, but in some cases not. I'll just give you a practical example at Transnet. At Transnet, remember, when they presented the proposal, they take us through this is the Balancing Act, which shows their finances, and they were transparent. And which shows that if they give more than what they put on the table, they have to retrench. And that's reality. We know we were there. And they don't know, as Benin says, that, you know what, they know that there's no money. They know about the Zondo Commission. But what they say, no, Commissioner, we don't care. We don't care. they have to bail us out. They bail out ESCOM. ESCOM switch off our lights. They also got bailouts. Then we can't accept 3%. It is reality in other companies. Transnet was a reality. And most of the companies, your Padco and other companies, and even your Sebanya and other companies, it's not a threat. Because the strategy of employees that they don't, if in terms of if they budget for a wage bill and they settle for more, what they do, they retrench, and so that it will cover, subsidize you. So they're not losing. And I know that in the traditional times we talk about the capitalist strategy, and we undermine that. It's not. It's a reality, and under the circumstances, as we live in this current condition, we know that the balance sheet for employers is not good at all. It's not a threat, but at some company, and I think at some companies, it's a threat, Director. It's a threat because they will tell you, go and tell them. If we don't settle, they must also sign that we are going to retrench. And you don't say, no, Commissioner, then we'll see, it will cross the bridge when you arrive there. And then to them, even next day, they didn't even retrench one. So it depends on objective material condition of each and individual business. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just one last question, because we won't be having questions from the audience because we've run out of time, and I'm asking questions for you in the context of what we're trying to achieve. But there's one question, and I think Dudu, you will assist Commissioner Dudu there. We know that Sibanye did start the retrenchment process after that. That's what Dudu is appointed, that's what she's dealing with currently. That's the reality of the matter, right? But there's this one important question, and very quickly. And I'm sure commissioners will be interested in especially what happened in the public service, the enforcement of an agreement. What is the role of the courts in the negotiations? Does a court play any role in the negotiation process? And with that question, does the executive, like ministers, the role that they play? What's the comment? I know you want to be careful with the minister one, right? Right? And the courts, right? Do you think, especially after the agreement is signed, like it happened in the public service, should we really be going that route? That in collective bargaining that courts play any role, given the nature, the history, and the content, and the impact of court orders in negotiations process?
Thank you, Director.
Just briefly. No?
Yes, I will use the example of Padco. Padco, there was an application for exemption, which was then issued by the bargaining council. And the employer was unhappy. He went to court to review, and the ruling was reviewed, set aside. The employer, then it went back to the bargaining council, and the bargaining council appointed another team. I'm just trying to summarize. And this other team also issued a ruling, and the same ruling was reviewed at the labor court. Now it's 2 years after the agreement at the bargaining council has been reached. The workers has not received their salary increases for that period. They did not understand why are we having these court cases when we are supposed to be getting our increases. Then it triggered the unprotected strike. And just to illustrate that point, Director, that the court are not really maybe helpful in the collective bargaining space, because when we got involved, we managed to resolve that dispute of 2 years within 3 days. Was it 3 days? Yes, within 3 days, that dispute of 2 years was gone, and the workers went back to work. So while the parties have rights to approach the court and assert their rights, but it affects the collective bargaining processes in the company. So my view as a commissioner is that the court must be slow to get involved in such issues, and parties should try instead and use mediators to try and resolve those disputes. I know it's their rights to litigate, but it's not helpful because it resulted in an unprotected strike and the impact on the economy itself. My colleague will add, I think, on that issue. There was a second question.
No, leave the minister one.
Okay.
It's a job security question. Right, Dudu?
Thanks, Director. I think just on a balancing act, there are instances where we find that, and I think it's possibly the approach that the court would follow, where the court could be helpful in obviously setting, for example, the issue we had Untu gone ahead, signed the agreement, and Satau now wants to proceed. They knew they would be interdicted, and this is where the court would have come in, because in terms of Section 23(1)(d), at their agreement, because Untu as a majority could have been extended to Satau. So this is where the court would then be helpful. In other instances, we had one, I think it was the Sibanye, the previous year's agreement in gold sector, where there was an issue around verification as to whether can that agreement be extended, and there was an issue around the membership. The court directed that the CCMA gets involved to deal with it. So if it's in that space, that is how they would approach the matters of collective bargaining, by giving directions that says, send this to the right people who are able to deal with this issue expeditiously. Then that should be the approach. We believe then there will be value with what the court's roles would be in the collective bargaining space.
Thank you. Can I just close this way? That every member in the panel, in 30 seconds, right, and not more, what message, because this is the whole idea here, it's about encouraging our community, not just to celebrate the successes and these commissioners in front of you, but it's an invitation. Can you give a message, given everything that you said, in 30 seconds, knowing that we want women to participate in collective bargaining, we encourage men also to participate because our numbers are low on collective bargaining. We have a similar problem in demarcation cases, which we will come to at the later stage because that's part of that, right? Please give a message, because I have 10 questions that are remaining, so we're not going to do that, right? What message can you give to the commissioners, all commissioners, those that are listening online, and the commissioners sitting here? What message can you give them to join the ranks of collective bargaining, noting the importance of collective bargaining, the impact of collective bargaining as we spoke? But for these commissioners, as we start a new year, as we develop our training materials and everything else, what message can you give these commissioners, particularly on women, in joining the ranks of collective bargaining? In 30 seconds, Mo?
You know, I joined this department 25 years ago. It's exciting. You know, people constantly ask me, how do you continue to look like you were still 35 years old when you joined the CCMA? That's not my age. And I say, collective bargaining. It's exciting, keeps you on your toes. It's a dynamic process. What can I say? Every day is a new day. It's a different thing that you are dealing with. You might think that you're dealing with wages, but get involved in that and you'll find that you'll actually enjoy dealing with this stuff. You might require a little bit of patience, but I think that you can get. You might need more patience. But I think you can get that. I really encourage you guys, join us. Director, I'm prepared. Anytime people want to be mentored, come and join me. I don't like the bureaucracy of the paper. I think the director knows that. But come and join me in my process. You'll learn. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Pagane.
Thank you, Pagani.
My chiefs on my right.
We are well represented.
My chiefs on my right.
This is a very exciting field, I must tell you. You walk into a room full of people who have high expectation on you as an individual at times. And you're coming there with your toolbox. You know, you think I'm going to use the screwdriver, the flat or the star to unlock. And you get there and you get surprised. None of the screwdrivers or the tools in the toolbox is going to work in that process. So you have to think on your feet. It's such an exciting process. Because sometimes when parties are speaking, you already, in your mind, developing ideas and how to assist the parties to move on. I'm telling you, it's a very exciting space to be in, colleagues. And I'm also willing, Director, to mentor anyone to get into this space. And I know that there are colleagues in different regions that are very exceptional and they are doing a lot of good work.
Yes.
And at times I twin with them, especially recently in the Northwest. I've been with my colleagues there, and I think they are doing a good work. And so they're just waiting for Commissioner Tumi.
Yeah, that call.
Yes, they are waiting for you. I can tell you they are willing to come and join this team. But it's a very exciting space. Please join us and let us all have fun in actually changing the collective,
labor market.
collective bargaining dynamics and making sure that this country's economy grows. Because the impact is massive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. I think my colleagues have already covered the major areas in terms of fulfillment that we get from this work. But what I would want to extend is maybe we can start with most of the female commissioners coming in to observe, just so you have a feel of what goes on, how does it look like, and see whether is this for you or not for you. So we are opening our doors. We are saying, come join us. When there are cases, if you just raise your hand and indicate that you're interested, whenever we have cases, we'll call you to come in and observe, so that you can see for yourself, have a feel of what it is, how it looks like. And then you decide whether would this be rewarding for you, because I think at the end of the day, that is what drives us. We think on our feet, we need to be innovative, we need to have the patience, be motivated and have the commitment to be able to do this work. And I think it's the rewards in terms of what you get out of it, the impact it has. So with that said, our doors are open. We would like to see more of the female commissioners coming forward. We believe we have the capacity within our means. We need to now look at new ways of how to do things. We need creative ideas from yourselves, because we know that you do have those. We need to start looking into the market and say, how are we going to assist in the discussion around, now that people are working remotely, how will they be picketing? How will we be looking at the picketing rules when it comes to that area? How will we do the balloting when people are working from home? So we need you on board to come and help us with that thinking, so we can start with the discussion and start leading, because this is where the union needs to also look into the space. Business also needs to look into the space to say, how do we adapt?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Let's give to, yeah.
Okay. I direct. We're Tintaba Faz, we're Tintimbokod.
Yeah.
Okay, colleagues, come and join us. This is exciting work. You know, in a dispute of right, there's two more there.
Yeah.
Tells us what to do. Between 15% demand and a 3% offer by the employer, it's your brain that's put to the test. It's you that's at work now to get that settlement at the end of the day. So this field of work allows you to think. It allows you to exercise your mind, your brain, your power, your capacity, all that you learned at college, the economics that you learned and so forth. It's different work. It's not prescriptive. You make the solution. The parties make the decision.
Thank you very much.
It is impossible until it's done. So, ladies and gentlemen, join us. You resolve problems of the country that no one can resolve. I travel length and breadth of this country at CCM office, and I know you. And you know I know you, that you are capable of joining us. You know I know you. I want you to enjoy with us, because the feeling that they are talking about is when the matter is settled. You are celebrated, you are a celebrity. And I want to share how you feel, the feelings, how it feels. I share with Gogo, the senior commissioner. I say, you know what, I'll just compare about Mary, the mother of Jesus, not anyone else, because I don't want to be sensitive. When she was on labor pain, it was painful. But when the child was delivered, it was a celebration. So it's just like when your daughter, that feeling, you'll have the same feeling. You know that it is to be a celebrity. Guys, and in Johannesburg, in Gauteng, PSC, I think we engage with many of them, we've identified them, and you know that. And we want to see you on Monday. Come, join us.
Hey, Abanbe Chiefs. Give them time on the Chiefs, they go to 1 minute. On a lighter note. Now, thank you very much, commissioners. This is the first time that these kind of stories are shared. These stories are shared purely for development. They are shared purely for encouragement and motivation. The idea was not to discuss Sibanye or to discuss all of those. Those are just examples. But the idea is, in this room, we have dispute resolvers that the country is waiting for. All of them has asked you to join us. I'm part of the team that I run with the team when we need to. And I'm encouraging you to come and join this team. Just to share one story. When we were interviewing Senior Commissioner Weituman, one of the things that I asked her to do after she was appointed is to establish exactly what these commissioners are talking about. I said, you are a young woman, you are in collective bargaining, you are a senior commissioner. We need more like you, we need more like Dudu. Your target, your terms of your contract, if at the time we do performance appraisal, I don't see this part, it means you're failing. Because the idea of development is not theory. The only way you develop is when you do it. You are here, do it. Dudu will support you, said, I'm there for her, we will do this. So amongst you, next year, I want to see a different panel that with more women sitting here with a story to tell. On that note, thank you very much, everyone, and thank you very much to our commissioners. Thank you.
The round of applause is not enough. I think they deserve much better than that. Can we give them another one, please? Thank you so much. No, we definitely got this. Director Siabonga for facilitating that session quite excellently, I must say. We are going to rush, colleagues, because of Iskati. The GB delegate who must give us the closing message is pressed for time. And we do apologize profusely, Babunjali Njali. We tried our best to still, press each other to get to wrapping up. So the one thing just to quickly announce is the evaluation forms are going to be critical for us to be able to know how we can improve the experience of the delegates of this Indaba. But we'll talk more on that as soon as Ubabunjali Njali is done and we are making our final remarks. So at this point in time, I'm going to hand over to himself to come before us and address the closure note and the vote of thanks for the 2022 Indaba under the theme of reflecting on the past 25 years of social justice, rebuilding together post the 2019 pandemic. Babunjali Njali, Sicelo Sonde. Let's give him a round of applause, colleagues.
Thank you very much for. I were to make a long kind of closing remarks, but time is against us. And other colleagues and comrades have already left. I will have recognized the guest, management, the board, and of course all of you. I were to make a reference to yesterday when I was called to give the overall award and I was nowhere to be found. And I'm told that some people from other organizations make remarks that are not palatable for this house. But nonetheless, I apologize, I was not made aware of that. I never made any vote of thanks in any gathering except in the funeral, where you are asked as members of the family to tell people to via their house and wash their hands. So that's why I will not say I'm privileged to be here, because I don't like this work that I've been given to do. But I were to tell you a story, because last night, Director and the chairperson, I was confronted by some commissioners who said to me that during the interviews, it's both sexes that confronted me. They said, I usually wink at them. And you know, and they said they feel uncomfortable. And then I tried to explain what I got a disease called blasphorospasm, which means your winking is a winking disorder. And when you look at people, one eye zip a bit before the other one. And I said, it's just a disease that I have, so don't feel offended if I look at somebody that closer to you and I wink. It's not me, it's the disorder of my eyes. And that's why sometimes I look down when I'm talking to people, because I avoid the unintended consequences of my presentation. But we're here and we have a good conversation. And normally I said to Commissioner and everybody else, the ILO and the CCMA is not neutral. When the ILO was established, its intention was to protect the weakest, which are the workers. So it does not play a neutral role. So the CCMA is born out of that historical event. Is not neutral, is there for social justice, and he has to consider the disadvantage. So sometimes people, when they look at the CCMA and in that work, they want to say, I'm neutral. A commissioner is not neutral, is for social justice and to protect the weakest. Now, we had what we had. We know the history of the collective bargaining, a sad story. Because, as the last group was saying, if collective bargaining was working to the best, all the other irritations will not be there. When workers are happy, when productivity is high, when management recognize that one, the issues of minor disciplinary issues will not arise. So we want to encourage the Commissioner that in delivering your social justice, you must remember the Philadelphia Declaration. It says, one, labor is not commodity. It's never a commodity. You don't sell your labor. Secondly, it then says, poverty anywhere constitutes danger to prosperity everywhere. So when we are dealing with wage negotiations and we are mediation, I think that's what normally we talk to people, that for Commissioner, you are not just chasing settlements, but you chase the value of the settlement that you are putting forward. There are commissioners who are chasing a settlement rate, that they even tell you, if you don't settle, the employer may do something bigger than this one. Please settle. And once it says that, sometimes because he knew that the assessment of his performance is coming, and during that period he just pick it up and to the 60%, and you have then to analyze and to say why, and it's because it's due for renewal. So we're to talk about these things, but we don't have time. We also wanted to raise in our closing remarks, Comrade Director, the question of the essential services. And I don't think it's supposed to be in the CCMA in the first instances. Because essential services by its nature, it attacks the right to strike. Once you talk about essential services, you say to the workers, you must agree that you are not going to exercise the right to strike. We need to find it where it belongs and be able to engage on it. I were to talk about the colleagues that feel aggrieved that they are not here. And I think the director, you have promised that you are going to look at this matter. But my issue is that even those that are being awarded good performance, they must always remember you are not alone. Sometimes you are standing in the shoulders of the others. You are like a captain of a winning team. You can't do it alone. But they must also remember that a good work cannot go unnoticed. If you are doing a good work, somebody someday is going to recognize what you are doing. Whether you are making tea, whether you are in a security, as long as you are in this organization, somebody will be able to recognize that one. Now, I wanted to do the good things and add up with the bad ones, but now I have started with the good one, I want to add with the bad ones. Now, on Friday, I was traveling from Cape Town. When I arrived, or when we were in a flight, I realized that the plane was almost full of commissioners. Now, I said to myself, look, I'm a member of the governing body. If this plane crashed with all these commissioners from the Western Cape, what will happen to social justice? Then I realized that audit and risk in terms of this logistic needed to be reviewed. You may not take it as serious as it is. But being supporters of Manchester United, I know that at some times the whole team perish in a flight accident. In other organizations, we don't take the leadership of this size into one plane, in one car, in one bus. Think about it. So as if that was not good news, Director, I was so excited when I get a bag from a gift. And I said, I will raise this thing. I was so excited. I said, I'm going to carry this bag everywhere I go. But you know, the director for Netlec is here. She was here earlier. We've just entered into an agreement because CCMA, one of its responsibility is to save jobs. And I think in your introduction earlier, you indicated how many jobs you have saved. I said, oh, CCMA is doing a good job. But when I got the gift says made in China. Now, both the Department of Labor, both of the trade unions, and both of all of us as South Africans, in the Economic and Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, we have pledged to promote local production. And I think by just that ignoring things how they are done, and of course people who are in a procurement, I'm sorry, I'm chairing that procurement committee in the CCMA. But for the things less than 3 million, I'm not involved. So I will not be involved in this one. Otherwise, I will have asked the question, where are we getting these issues? that people look for affordability, they look at how quick you can get the things, and they make a decision. But there's a bigger picture of localization and proudly South Africa. I think we must take that to heart in our next engagement. So thank you very much for your participation. I know that after lunch, there's one thing that I think the majority of us failed to do was to observe time. As people who appear before judges and everything, you know, if you can arrive 1 minute late in the chambers when the matter is to be debated, the judge calls you to the chamber if you arrive late in court. You can't be late as a commissioner. You can't be. Now, as I was looking at the chair of the CCMA, some of the commissioners, because of the things we did last night, others, comrades, when they come back today, they were so exhausted that they decided to participate with their eyes closed. I mean, we know how we're consulting with our ancestors and said to listen quite properly when your eyes are closed. But as a principle, it can't be. When you have overindulged, you can't come to a meeting. Even as a commissioner, I will advise that if you had a very big party, you can't come and preside over a matter with some smells, because comrades here said the dignity and the trust that goes with the commissioner is 24/7. And I know these things from, without offending anybody, from the Pirates fans. You know, the Pirates fans, even when they want to go for drink, when they think now it's become over the limit, they take the Orlando Pirates t-shirt and put it somewhere, so that when you get drunk and misbehave, they can't be say, this is Orlando, look at the Orlando Pirates. And I don't know whether the other teams do that one. With those few words, Comrade Chair, thank you very much for your participation. We appreciate it. Go home safe and behave. And very nice things that we did not hear was the issue of sexual harassment. And we don't hope to get after matters arising. Please do the right things. If you have offended somebody, do it now before it just come to the attention of the director. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. My partner in crime, please come to the fore. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the wrap-up of our proceedings for the 2022 CCMA Indaba and Service Excellence Awards program. I wish to I forgot to do it in the morning, and I'm glad that, I think it's because, as Babunchalinchali said, things happened last night. She was too tired to remind me that I didn't do it. You look absolutely stunning once again, colleague. Thank you, sir. That was very good. Now, we wish to also just make a note of thanks and an apology to the online audience. I was advised that there was a question on Yearlink the moment the panel started, Director, the first presenter, after speaking. Questions were coming from the online platform. What we can say is that that session was a success. It was a pilot, but I think it has basically taught us that probably one of the days of Indaba must be dedicated to this topic and this format of dealing with it. Then we're going to be able to derive a lot of value from the program. And so to the online audience, we appreciate your patience. At all times when I check on YouTube, somebody is there, more than 5 participants at a time. There was a point where we clocked at around 15 participants at a time, and some of them it's more than one person. It's just that YouTube will show you the device that is linking with you at the time. But we are highly appreciative of that. Apparently, Yearlink was also working well, actually ready to take questions as well, and I appreciate the team for that effort that they have put to make sure that such was available to us. And we wish to, myself, before I give to Senior Commissioner Buitumelo to do her closing as well, to thank the delegates for their participation, the discipline, albeit not at 100%, but we're getting there. And I wish to wish all of you a safe journey back home to your respective places of residence and regions, and also a very safe and beautiful festive season. Please let us be reminded to submit the evaluation forms if you are inclined to hand it in today. And alternatively, they could also be sent online. They are going to be in your emails. Let's also make our submissions on the evaluation forms on how we can improve the program of the Indaba. And the pledge forms as well, the same applies. You can drop it here today if you're done. Alternatively, you can then later fill and submit it. With those few words from myself, thank you for the privilege. CCMA, thank you for considering me when you made the decision to say who must direct our program. And I'll give over to now Senior Commissioner Mokoena to also make a closing remarks before we give over to the apostle of the CCMA to close.
From my side, I'd like to start with extending a warm thanks and appreciation to the governing body chairperson, Professor Ngujani. Thank you so much for the opportunity and for showing us that you support us as the different tools, the different parts of what makes this organization run. We highly appreciate it, as well as to give thanks again to the respective governing body members. Thank you so much for the support that you've shown us. We appreciate it. And I would also like to extend my thanks to the esteemed guests who made our program what it was, the success that it was. And also thanks to the colleagues that have participated, more specifically the panel that was here just now. Thank you so much for your contribution to this organization and to the discussion. And last but not least, my colleagues, all of you, thank you so much. We didn't give you a lot of time to engage, but we could still feel that we were connected. I don't think for me there was a point where we felt like we had a disconnected audience. Thank you so much. We highly appreciate, and may this continue with our next Indaba as well. Thank you so much. And I think, let me not forget, Director. How can I forget?
Yes,
thank you so much for the opportunity that you gave us, myself and Mandla, to steer the ship for the past 2 days. It's highly appreciated. Thank you.
And colleagues, lunch is going to be served to ourselves, those who can, before we depart. So please don't forget to then make your way to the restaurant after we close. Thanks, Dad.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is not a closing. The governing body has spoken. I just want you to help me thank 4 people. Mtemben, because forget skip us Polo. Please stand up. And Unkosi no Mtembeni ran the gala dinner last night. And these 2 commissioners here ran this main session yesterday and today. When I decided, and as we did last year in our labor conferences, I never go outside to ask for program directors. And I do not intend to do so in future, because we have enough talent that can do the job. And none of them has ever failed us. And I don't know how you feel, but I believe that both the evening and this day session have done an excellent job. And in doing so, and the idea why we use the homegrown, it's the same thing that Upeg is talking about, the China issue and the local issue. So importing from outside for somebody to just program about us and they don't know us, it's a turn-off for me. But to have them knowing you, knowing us, the institution, and being in the kitchen, they are better placed to lead and program direct the commission activities. And I was very, very impressed by that. The information they shared, and the connection between them and the audience, for me, it was excellent. And I want us to continue to have the homegrown material to continue to produce the goods, because you don't know next where there'll be program directing even outside the CCMA, because we have to build each other. I am happy with the performance. My team tells me they are impressed with their performance. I've been asking Justin J, roughly as we move around, everybody says brilliant, because they understand us, they know us, they talk to us. And I wish you to just join me to warmly thank them and appreciate them for the job well done. Thank you very much. You've done well. You've done well. Mtembeni, thank you very much. And Nkosi, thank you very much for the job well done. And I hope next time when we ask you to do this, you're getting used to it. And next time we may ask someone else, because no one owns these things. I'm not saying that, but we must continue to develop them. So if we approach you and say, come and join Boitumel, and then join Mangete to do something like this, even if it's a CLM, it doesn't matter. Please show up, right? It's us. We can only grow further than backwards. Thank you very much. Thank you. You've done well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
On that note, colleagues, we are adjourned, and you have yourselves a safe journey. Thank you so much. Thank you.